But it seems to be that that's the measure the public perceives the player to be, is how many bracelets you've got.
Let's shuffle up and deal.
Colin?
Daniel Negreanu is Chipleader.
You don't have patience. You're right. Come on.
It's the one true measure of poker greatness.
'24 World Series of Poker Europe main event. Painful unraveling.
2 games, sir.
Rezai out in 22nd. Turns into 4 of a kind. Oh my.
Yeah! 60,000, 120,000, 120,000. Good luck. Enjoy. Thanks.
Yep, he agrees. Ace Jack of Diamonds for Simone Andrian.
Bojovic definitely needing some help.
Let's make kind of diamonds face card.
Ace Jack still in front. Jack on the turn, which ends things, and we've already got 2 casualties.
He does shove.
But it's a choice that he may regret.
He does just opt to give up. And will Ilani seek value here? Oh my.
You see, I mean,
oh baby.
You felt it pre-flop, and as the board played out, and then Ilani took this precarious choice.
Well, it's just so challenging because he's representing an ace. Oh,
wow.
And he does get it through.
It all depends on whether or not Simone has an appetite for a flop, which he does. He clicks call. 6.4 million chip pot. 975 heartless board. Does not bode well for the Swede. There's the 10. Now all of a sudden kings and jacks. Then the river is a deuce. And that will leave us down to 6 players. The drama that began days ago continues here today. It was once said that the journey of 1,000 miles begins with a single step, and the journey of 768 has been whittled down to just 6. Hello, everyone, and welcome to the final day of coverage here at the final table of the World Series of Poker Europe main event. Yours truly, Ali Najad, alongside Andrew Lucky Chewy Lichtenberger and Carlencho Alajan. On the sidelines, an empty and quiet calm just before the storm here in Rozvadov, Czech Republic at the King's Resort and Casino, where in just moments we'll be underway in the final process of awarding that bracelet and 1.3 million euros. This is our final day of coverage. A warm welcome to those of you who are joining us on the World Series of Poker YouTube channel or the King's Resort YouTube channel. Good to have you aboard. And this has not been a democracy, but more a dictatorship. You'll know why once you get a glimpse at the chip counts. 6 remaining, 7.2 million euros were collected. The lion's share of it still seeks a home. There are the remaining payouts. A guaranteed 217,000 euros, an 80K pay jump between 6th and 5th, and then the 6-figure pay jumps will be upon us. Plenty of ICM pressure lurking in the air. Urmo, Velt, Ran Ilani, Simone Andrian, Enrico Camosci, the 2 Italians, the German David Hochheim, and Mariusz Golinski of Poland, all with a hand outstretched, but some closer than others to claiming glory. And this is what I meant by the dictatorship, Andrew, as you glimpse up at the state of affairs. A better than 2-1 lead over the Estonian Velt for Andrian. Ilani, the Israeli, didn't mention earlier, 32 bigs there. And as you look at things, we didn't see an abusive Simone yesterday. But today, maybe a gear shift. It would seem to be the kind of decision that could prove very valuable to him if he were to experiment with it at the onset.
Absolutely. Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see if his style changes much at all, and if so, how extreme he decides to get, particularly if we see some players get into that danger zone below 10 big blinds. My hunch is that he will apply extreme pressure to the other players, particularly those stacks just below him.
You saw Velt there, Ilani. I'm not sure how much sleep these guys got. Not necessarily because we played past midnight last night before we decided to call it quits, but also just the raw nerves, the prospects. One would not be blamed for playing out the scene
Sure.
of winning this year's main event.
Yeah, lots of anticipation, I'm sure. Thoughts running through your mind, not just from what's happened that day and previous days, but of course what's to come today.
And the first few orbits, if not the very first orbit of any given final table, Chewy, of which you've been a part of so many, do very much set the tone in terms of that first impression you get from your opposition as to how they're going to be approaching matters.
Totally agree. And you brought this up yesterday, that each passing day, there can be a vibe shift from the previous days, and it will be very interesting to see, kind of who announces themselves early, if any particularly noteworthy hands happen right off the bat. And it's going to be fun to see what types of styles these players are bringing, and really their energy and their attitude, and if we can note anything distinctly different from yesterday.
Well, in terms of the 6 that remain, is there, if I were to task you with a scouting report, not necessarily on all 6, but any one in particular, obviously Andrian, the man upon whom we had, the firmest gaze, what would be your sort of assessment if you were coaching all 6 of these guys and you had to tell them something to look out for or expect coming in based on what we observed to this point out of the other seats? Are there any takeaways that you've had or any sort of strategies that you would be looking to employ?
Yeah, that's a great question. I mean, I think Andrian has done a phenomenal job wielding the big stack. As we said, he's applying pressure, but not doing so recklessly. The 2 stacks below him, Golinski and Velt, I think are doing excellent jobs, like navigating in situations when Andrian is not involved. And honestly, the shorter stacks seem to be doing wonderful as well. So I think we've seen a really incredible display of no limit hold'em so far.
Yeah, a cream hath risen sort of six-pack we have on our hands here. There's not really anyone who I think we feel is out of their element or in front of their skis, so to speak.
Totally. And it's going to be fun as we see more and more hands, particularly as we get shorter handed as the day goes on. I'm sure some particular stylistic differences will highlight aspects of some players' games which are stronger and or weaker than other players. And as you taught me yesterday, you know, rock, paper, scissors, you got to throw the right thing at the right time.
Yeah.
And poker has that element. Speaking of, here we are straight away seeing Velt raise it up with a suited connector after Golinski limps in.
Wagging his finger.
And Golinski just slightly behind Velt in chips, quickly folding that suited queen, and a nice pot for Velt right off the bat.
Those two are not hunting altercations of a dramatic type, given the presence of all of those shorter stacks than their own. I say all of, but in terms of the ICM, it very much is something that can't be overstated.
Totally. And here's the boss man entering his first pot of the day.
Queen Jack offsuit, the responsible kit. He takes us to 400,000. Blinds are 100, 200 with a 200K big blind ante, by the way. So $500,000 shaved off your stack every orbit that you spectate. And you can get gobbled up in a big hurry if you don't work your way into some pots that end up going your direction. Golinski flatting from the button with 5-6 of diamonds. Velt out of there with king 10. Ilani with a delightful opportunity to defend his big.
Absolutely. And we see some three-way action.
That we do. Quite predictably. Ilani not looking to inflate things. Content to bring us to this flop. 10-9-9. Open ender for the pre-flop raiser. Gut shot for Ilani, who checks over. Simone wraps his index finger upon the forearm.
Yeah, showing deference to Golinski's range here, even though Andrian does have the significantly covering stack. When Golinski calls his raise, he's definitely showing respect because of the fact that he's not so incentivized to play too many pots against the chip leader as the third in chips. And here we see Golinski taking a stab when check two. You know, going to the flop, I would say Golinski probably is the favorite to win the hand. Of course, when you get a board like this, that changes since both players connected so well with straight draws. And Golinski has just the undercards, no backdoors really to speak of. And Andrian has a decision here. He does just come with the call. Raising also has some merit. And we have three-way action to the turn.
And the fact, as we see this dry turn come off, that nobody found the muck in the face of this barrel is not exactly what Golinski had in mind whatsoever. You see him snap, checking back. And the queen hits both Ilani and Andrian. Advantage Ran, who does not have an appetite for a barrel here, given the front door flush draw is completed, nor does Andrian.
Understandable. It's hard for Andrian to get any action from a worse hand. And Ron Ilani will take it down with his king-queen. Nicely done, sir.
And these pots are also meaningful for him.
Yeah, that's
the lower part of the leaderboard.
That's a big one. You know, closing the distance between himself and Golinski, allowing his stack now to create more distance amongst the other shorter stacks, really just allowing him to play a bit more patiently and wait out some pay jumps if he does have that opportunity. And for Andrian, he almost doesn't mind so much, you know? He still has so many chips. Of course, we'd like to win every pot we play, but in terms of his ability to apply pressure, nothing really has changed in that respect.
No, flesh wound, if that.
Yeah.
I think I have an end.
Show it. You gotta show
Pretty
it.
sure I have an end.
Show it.
King high, king high.
Simone gets a walk in the big blind, and there was another walk that was taken yesterday. Unfortunately, it was one that you might have thought would be a little bit disappointing, but as we heard from the man himself, Fabian Gumz, he took it all in stride to keep his hopes alive
Let's give him a
against
sweat.
these needles.
No.
And the 5 of hearts means that'll do it.
Good game, sir.
A short-lived tenure of under a single orbit for Fabian Gumz, who went for it against Ran Ilani. High fives, obviously, for Team Ran.
You got to admire the courage.
Showers the German at 9th.
Fabian, congratulations on such a big run in the tournament. How do you feel right now?
I feel all right. Played really good today and took some letters. It was nice. Unfortunately, the final table ended quite quick, but I'm happy with my decision and yeah, on to the next one.
Any noticeable spots that you can remember that got you here?
Yeah, I mean, I had mostly quite easy decisions. I had a big three-way all-in, like mid of day 3 that I won. That was important, and made one hero call with King High. That was good. Away from that, just grinded it up and yeah, just made some chips here and there.
Overall, are you happy with the result, or?
Of course, yeah. When you get 9th out of 700, it's always a pretty good result. I mean, I would have definitely signed it before. It's like, yeah, I got the maximum out of it.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Congrats.
Well, Chewy, when we first got our eyes on that interview, as we see a jam from the small blind uneventfully from Andrian, picking up the action back here at the feature. We both were impressed at kind of just the manner in which he was able to accept the result. Fabian, late last night, 9th place finisher. But that's the kind of mindset, I think, that suggests that we have not seen the last of him.
Absolutely. And he's completely right. You know, 9th place is an incredible finish out of almost 800 players.
Especially South, right?
Especially South.
Yeah.
Sometimes I wonder whether or not those who really like have a fire in their belly, in a sense of almost like not anger, but just competitive drive that's ignited when they come so close to tasting victory and don't really get there. If that is maybe the mentality that better serves you moving forward, but there's not one road traveled by any stretch of the imagination. There's
totally
different strokes for different folks in that regard, but I think in terms of just overall happiness and health, it's never a bad thing to take it in like Gumz did. As yet again we see
Would you been in Italy?
Andrea.
Would you been in Italy?
Yeah, and I agree with you. I think, there's ways to exert excessive force and power and be extremely competitive, and ways to do that more subtly, where it's a more reserved approach to competition. And both have their time and place.
The quiet confidence, so to speak.
Yes,
that
indeed.
I think really has a lot of gravity around it when you're in the presence of it, for sure.
Absolutely.
You just rent a car
By the
and
way,
drive wherever you want.
Queen Deuce offsuit was
No.
Okay.
Simone's
3rd or 4th.
button
And I plan to go
open
after
there,
that
so
to Croatia for 1 month.
shedding a little bit of light
Just
onto
grind
how
and,
he's approaching things, as we shed a little bit of light on what happened to Mr. Bojovic last night. Let's flash back.
Some places kind of overcrowded, right? I've heard.
Yeah, maybe, yeah.
That needs to go Luka's way for him to hang in there, and instead it's just an ice cold jack on the turn, which ends things. And we've already got 2 casualties here at the final table of the main.
We are 7 now. Yeah.
Luka will collect 122,000 euros.
Yeah, don't stop me now, yeah.
Very well fought.
But yeah, it's the shortest one busted, actually.
I like the affect that we're seeing out of him right now, and I think it's in part the product of...
Congrats on a big run in the WSOP Europe main event. What are your feelings right now?
I feel a bit exhausted, but overall I have to be happy with my play. I had the tough spot since final 2 because I was short all the time, and there was like constant tension between the 2 tables. But I think I did the most I could with the spots that I had, so I'm gonna probably like review all the hands afterwards and see how did we perform.
Any plans with the winnings?
Not really. They're gonna go into the bankroll and into the like swaps and shares, whatever. And yeah, we're just gonna continue grinding. That's it.
Thank you very much. Congrats.
Thank you.
Yeah, for my home is super
Well,
close,
Team
like 2
Serbia
hours.
quite proud of Luka there and his performance, and he too, like Gumz before him, just took it all in stride.
Yeah. And I think that, you know, becomes a kind of necessary personality trait and characteristic if you are to play a lot of these poker tournaments, because so much disappointment can loom when you are too hard on yourself.
I mean,
in these
even
deep runs.
for the best players in the world, as we see Ilani opening to 400, under the gun with King 8 of clubs, Golinski with the pretty one in the small, contemplating, you're just going to bust out of the money way more than you do anything else throughout the course of your career.
Yeah, that's
so,
the truth.
you know, and I liken it to baseball a little bit. The guy who wins the batting title doesn't bat 850 or 900.
Right,
You know,
right.
he bats 300 something. You know, that's 1 in 3 at bats. Maybe you do something.
For sure.
1.5 million. That's what Golinski's doing. That will send Velt's ace-10 offsuit into the muck. So this posture taken up here already is having a positive impact, and nice choice.
Questo serve importante da sapere.
Indeed, and Golinski getting back some of the chips that he lost earlier with that 6-5 suited.
Ora va in diretta al 17.
Ma non è cambiato un cazzo.
You come here with the car or with the plane?
No, with plane because.
And to your point, Ali, about, you know, the positivity, these guys know that they're playing against so many other tough players. It would be completely unrealistic to expect that
with the King Shuttle.
you could do so well against players of this caliber.
Just for 1 day.
No, also one time you came
As
back
we see
from
Golinski
here.
on the button with a 6-9
Also one time we
suited,
came back from here to our houses, and we were 4.
coming in for a raise.
So the driver made a crazy draw of like, I don't know how many hours.
Yeah, he mistake.
And he has to feel good once Velt gets out of the way and knowing he's covering Ilani, who does release.
Yeah. From here to our places, like in front of our house door, but in 4 different places of Italy. Like one the north, one the middle, one like
Back-to-back pickups there for Marius.
Radicchi, mi sa.
O Crobu? No, non c'era Crobu in Sardegna. Radicchi c'era.
Ricci, ok.
Ricci. C'era Radicchi anche?
Golinski, by the way, just 31,000 and change in recorded live earnings. His best cash prior to this, 22,000 and change. So obviously an absolute dream for the man whose first recorded tournament score came back in October of 2016.
Oh, eccoli.
That's interesting. I do wonder if he's not a very successful either online player or cash game player, because he seems to be,
Very playable hand.
well, pretty smart.
Yeah, that's a resume that I think is a lot leaner than what we would have anticipated. Here's one of the other things I wanted to say in follow-up to what you were talking about in terms of the caliber of everybody who's here. They, you know, they belong, so to speak. It does allow us to navigate and speak a common language out there. Sometimes you can witness someone, you know, if I'm continuing with the linguistic analogy, play very eloquently and do things that should be responded to in a certain way. But if somebody doesn't actually speak the language, you know, it's not well served. And that can complicate your approach. Here, I feel like everyone's got, you know, an ear on the same sort of wavelength in that regard. And so when positions get taken up, postures get taken up, behaviors are observed, you're going to see responses that are in accordance with kind of that commonality. And, you know, that makes things a little bit easier, I think, on us in a strange way, because obviously it's the product of having better opposition.
Yeah, no, I completely agree with you. When everybody's ears are tuned to the same orchestra, the notes of a symphony, they're all kind of playing in tandem. As we saw there, Camosci making a nice fold with the ace-deuce against the open of Klinsky as the short stack.
And a nice pair of eights here for Velt.
Andrian with an ace on the button, and Velt. Okay, he does just release it. And Camosci with a much stronger ace this time in the form of a suited jack to go along with it. And I believe that his chips will be going into the middle with a hand this strong, with just 13.5 big blinds. And barring the big blind entering the pot, I believe we're going to see an all-in and a call.
2.7 million. Camosci deliberates. Doesn't really have a 3-bet sizing available to him beyond.
He could maybe, but not with this hand. There's no real reason for that. He does appear to be just posturing. I don't see a world in which this ace-jack suited, given what we've seen of Camosci, does anything but put the rest of the money in.
100,000.
Well, he comes with 1.6. The commitment is self-evident. And now let's see if Velt will request the rest pre-flop or just wait to C3.
Yeah, it's an interesting thought. Maybe he will wait to C3, and if an ace-king-queen board drops, then he can bail.
Especially because he has to anticipate honesty post-flop out of Camosci's kit.
Right, and he... Or is he putting the rest in? He's
he is.
Putting the rest in, okay.
4 bets, and Camosci was always ready for it.
Yep.
He's a little bit concerned, but having 2 clean overs...
I don't know. Good luck.
Will leave him feeling better than he would have if it had been jacks plus.
Absolutely.
Or a dominant ace. We have our first all-in and call of the day.
Did I give you that to you?
Enrico Camosci's fate hanging in the balance in a 6 million chip pot. And the flop. King 5 deuce, no pair, but a couple of diamonds and plenty of hope with 2 to come. As you see, Camosci, a 10% favorite.
It's a pretty good start.
Now the turn, not nearly as good as he slips to 31% equity. Can he find the necessary ace, jack, or diamond? Only the deck knows. And the river is a 4. Urmo Velt claims the first pelt of this final table as Camosci issues the GGs and himself accepts walking papers.
And a very well played and well fought endeavor from the Italian Enrico Camosci.
217,000 euros richer for his efforts. A pay ladder secured by the remainder of the field, but you can kind of sense the disappointment for Camosci.
It is palpable. As much as we are saying that players can be appreciative of their runs and grateful for the success, it is still always challenging to come so close and go so far. Especially right on the heels of the bust out.
7th place finisher, who we didn't update you on, was Sweden's Robin Berggren. And now Enrico right behind him in 6th, a day removed. Velt going to work. with the newly minted 18 million. No takers and back-to-back pickups for the Estonian as we send it down to our own Carlencho, who has managed to wrangle Enrico Camosci for his thoughts.
I'm here with Enrico Camosci, the first one to leave the WSOP Europe final table, main event final table. What are your initial thoughts?
I'm happy for my performance. Nothing to say. I can't win all the time, right? It's okay. I'm happy with this position.
I guess you couldn't done anything differently. It was just a coin flip, Ajax against bucket eights, right?
Yes, I'm satisfied for my performance on all this tournament.
Awesome.
So yeah, I don't have any regret.
Thank you so much and congrats once again.
Thank you.
Yeah, very jovial attitude on the heels of that bust out.
Yeah, I mean, in the moment, even just a few minutes removed, obviously, it's a different vibe. You've had an opportunity to kind of digest it a little bit. And shout out to Carlencho, by the way. Those assignments are never easy.
Of course.
Not sure what to expect, you know. A guy's like, hey, listen, can I just walk out of here without the microphone in my face?
He's not loving it, but your task's nevertheless to get some parting words.
Yeah, and by the way, in terms of growth of the game, you know, just taking those few minutes to kind of help just build the broadcast, build the production value, treat things in the same way in which any other sport, if you're tempted to regard poker as such, would be broadcast, is always appreciated.
I certainly am, but I may be somewhat biased.
Yeah, some say game. I don't know if there has to be a delineating line, as the line of delineation here is quite clear. Velt, big blind Jack-6, trips against the Golinski 7s here.
And Golinski understandably just coming out with a bet straight away of 250 into the pot of 600.
This one was limped pre, so heavily under-repped are these 7s, but that's an irrelevant aspect. 250 into 600, Velt. Loving this spot. Such a dry board texture. What do you prefer here?
I typically like to call, keep my range a bit wide on these boards, and just kind of allow the action to develop, and then employ further aggression on later streets.
Mariusz agrees with that. A flat, now a king on the turn.
So naturally the king can connect with Velt. King high is certainly a plausible hand that he could be calling the flop with. Golinski does decide to bet once again. He's betting a bit more than a third of the pot here. Clearly still value betting with his 7s. Any deuce will be hard pressed to fold in Velt's shoes. He could also have an ace. There are potential hands that could have turned a diamond flush draw. Given that dry nature of the flop texture, it's very easy for Velt to call with really any hand that has a backdoor flush draw. And as we see here, facing that small bet on the turn, he wants to put more money in straight away.
425,000 has become 1.5, Chewy.
Indeed it has. And Golinski now has a tricky situation on his hands. These 7s once again fall squarely into that category of being a bluff catcher. Certainly we can't expect Velt to be raising any hand worse than 7s with the intention to get called. But on the strength of that pair, he does continue, and he only has 2 outs going to the river.
You know, I'm not so sure, as we see a fairly dry 5 come off on the end here, that Velt would be doing this with King X. And so if we can remove that from the range, for Golinski, the question becomes, do you or don't you have a jack? Perhaps some sort of semi-bluff with a straight and/or flush draw on that turn. And if you think that's what's afoot, this 5 of spades could leave you still quite curious with 2 7s, as into 4.1 million. Mariusz delivers 2.5.
Yeah, very well said. This is exceptionally likely to be a case where Velt's value holdings are exclusively a jack. And yeah, there are a myriad of hands he could be bluffing with. We don't know exactly what kind of strategy he would employ, as we see Golinski looking somewhat pained here, understandably. Bluff catching in No Limit is one of the most challenging parts of the game. Obviously, bluffing a huge part of any poker game. And let's see if Golinski can figure this out. A grimace, some glances around the room. He does flick the call in.
Yeah. You know, you understand the way in which the gears turn there. It's so tempting for Velt, even without a jack, to just rise up and attempt to apply some ICM pressure, utilize position, sort of a range that could include all sorts of hands as a check back in the big in a limp pot, blind versus blind. And Urmo surging here. And doing so at the expense of Mariusz Golinski. As you get a look at the state of affairs with 5 remaining here. Velt, 23 million plus in front of him. This is the closest to having company that Simone Andrian has perhaps not enjoyed, but experienced thus far. The tale of those with 8-figure stacks and those without. Golinski slipping to 9 million. Still center field in third of 5 runners.
Yes, 8.
Hochheim's ace-queen here is certainly going to get played. Whether he decides to just make a normal raise or shove is going to be somewhat contingent on the player who's in the big blind. If Andrian was in the big blind, maybe we would be more likely to see a shove.
Yes,
yeah, just trying to max out the fold equity.
Absolutely. And Ilani has a decision here with his ace-deuce.
5 hours or something, and then the bright lights, I was like, my eyes were almost crying. And I didn't find the glasses.
Between fold or call or potentially re-raise?
He could raise. Shoving might be a bit ambitious. It could potentially be on the table. He does just go for the call, and we're going to go heads up to the flop.
I hope it's not called. I mean, I don't feel bad, so
my friend who's with me with this travel, he has like fever and stuff.
That's not a bad flop for Ilani. Bottom pair, ace of clubs dangler, in the sense that 8 high boards aren't that which interact with Hochheim's opening range.
Agreed, yeah. Hochheim will be playing a tight range here overall, though, so I don't necessarily mind him putting in a c-bet. He does check it back. You see the 10 on the turn, missing both players. Hochheim only drawing to the queen here. Ilani makes the check. I think I like this play. If Hochheim has the type of hand that he does have, Ilani does not mind keeping him in the pot. His chances to improve are so low, and if that ace does come off, it does not, but nevertheless, I think Ilani will hunt some value here. It's so likely that Hochheim has just a high card when he takes this line.
Yeah, ace-4, ace-5, we expect would have been willing to continue on the flop, so we kind of remove those concerns. 10 would have been heard from on the turn.
Yep.
And so Ilani just a downsized min bet, sub 20% pot.
Yep.
And now Hochheim feels a squeeze on the udder.
Yes, yes, he does. This is, as you said yesterday, when people make these bets against you, it can feel a bit dirty. You kind of know what's happening in certain cases. And of course, if you know, you should just not pay it. But that also feels a certain kind of way. Yeah, his well, I don't want to say frustration, but annoyance is palpable. He does flick it in. And Ilani's going to take it down. Nicely done, sir.
Annoying is really just the
Yeah.
the only way to describe being in that spot there. It's
Yeah.
You only need to be right one in every 5.5 times, let's call it. And Ilani making the most of that altercation. And that's really been kind of the expected path whenever he's involved in a pot. It's just making the most of his situation, maximizing value, minimizing damages.
Absolutely.
He's just been a very neat operator.
Yeah, he has been. Golinski releasing the king-9 into what I believe is Andrian's big blind. Very understandable. And
Yeah.
Ilani with a suited king here in the small blind against the chip leader.
The dissuasiveness of that reality is not lost on him, but the sheer value of a suited king in the small isn't either. Comes together for a limp. He does happen to dominate Simone.
Yeah. And as we saw yesterday, Andrian did take a few of these hands and shoot it up against his opponents. This time he does just check it back. As we spoke briefly on during yesterday's coverage, there's more than one way that he can approach his chip lead. It doesn't have to be so brute force. Sometimes taking a more passive approach and looking to apply pressure later, as he does outflop Ilani here with his middle pair of 8s.
Both with the bad side of the gut shot. Backdoor diamonds as well for Ilani. Andrian checking back.
Yeah, I quite kind of like this play. Ilani's range to arrive at the flop, given that he's playing against the chip leader, is, going to be respectable compared to most situations where players are in the small blind with this kind of stack depth. And Andrian may well start to put some chips in now. No, he does just keep checking. This is fine.
And a very clean run out.
Very much so.
For those 8s. Ilani with no delusions of grandeur with king high.
And although I don't think Ilani will really consider calling at all with this king high, Andrian does make a bet. How large? 900. That's a large bet.
Is that 1.5x pot?
Yeah, it sure is.
The polarizer.
Indeed. And it makes sense. It's very hard for Ilani to have a hand better than this 8-5, as he does release.
You could tell he was a bit uncomfortable with what was afoot, but in the end, the correct decision settled on by Ron, as has so often been the case for him throughout our opportunities to bear witness.
I do wonder how much of Andrian's decision to make that bet is based on the pot that him and Ilani played late into yesterday's coverage, where he did bluff him sneakily on the river with a check raise. I'm sure Ron aware of that at this point.
5 purples. Thank you.
Exact, yeah.
Where?
5.
And Ilani bowing out with a jack-9, allowing Andrian to take matters into his own hands. Which he does do. Oh my.
Queen 10 offsuit. Hochheim doesn't make a meal out of it. Deems it to be better than that which would be required out of Simone Andrian, and he will love to see an inferior 10 across the way. Just look at the equity, 4-1 favorite in a 5.7 million chip pot.
Yeah, this is big for Hochheim. Huge opportunity
I know. You all root in
to
for
shoot
me.
up in the chip standings a bit.
Ace 8-5, all is well, and Camp Queen 10.
No good.
No, about a 6.
9.
Andrian asking for a 6. Deuce is safe.
Very much so. Now just needs to fade the 7 to successfully double. And he's done just that. Much to the delight of his rail, and that smile there is quite telling of his sentiments on the outcome.
Indeed, nice answer.
Didn't indulge himself long though, did he? Right back to kind of his centered position, and
he really didn't take very long to call either. He saw that queen 10 and he was absolutely ready to run it.
No, you're right.
A little bit more. Okay.
And I don't think we say that as any sort of criticism, but rather a man who just understood exactly what was good enough and what wasn't.
Totally. He means business out there.
And for him, it's the business of not finishing in 5th. 297,000 euros assured, by the way, these remaining 5, the pay jump. The first of a 6-figure nature, 118,000 euros. The difference between busting in 5th and making the top 4.
And we see Andrian releasing his queen deuce on the button, perhaps just wanting to give himself a moment to breathe after losing one pot. There can sometimes be a thing that happens where players start to try and get back what they've lost, and that can be a dangerous path to travel down. It can diminish your table image. You can start to, you know, get some confidence issues if you get wrapped up in that. So it's nice to see that, you know, he's willing to kind of take a break, but not for too long, as he's now back in the cutoff with ace deuce.
You do need to have a little bit of goldfish memory when it comes to some of the trauma.
Is goldfish memory not much memory?
Yeah, they're not known for like elephant-like archives of, hey, I remember you from 3 oceans and 4 decades ago. No, man, it's a goldfish.
Yeah.
They're like, every morning it's something new.
I mean, that sounds like a great way to go through life.
Depends. If you got a great life, it sounds like, you know, maybe not the most convenient. If you have a real shit life, goldfish memory strikes me as being terrific. You're like, oh man, today's bad, but it's just today. Like, no, dude, you woke up in this gutter for the last 6 years. Queen Jack, Golinski on the button. Activation has to be expected.
And Velt with another offsuit ace here. Will he decide this is the time to apply some pressure to Golinski? He does now cover his stack by almost 3 times the amount of chips. 2.5, I suppose. He does decide to raise it up.
3 scoops.
And Queen Jack is a pretty strong hand on the button, but in the face of this aggression, with 2 stacks shorter than you, it doesn't seem particularly enjoyable to want to play this hand in any capacity, even if you know your man is likely to be flexing his muscles. And he does let it go.
Yeah, there's very few worlds in which Queen Jack is going to be the best hand.
Yeah.
Going to the flop. Granted, we have position, but we're covered. And Velt, not a guy that's going to butcher things post.
Totally. And it's one of those situations where even if you know he is applying some pressure, if you call and lose that pot, now you've put yourself more in the striking distance of both Ilani and Hochheim. And he really would prefer to keep his distance. Speaking of Hochheim, here he is under the gun with ace-jack offsuit.
Sitting 5.6 million. He'll come with the standard open, and not standard is running into ace-king. Golinski with medicine.
And this has to feel good after losing a few pots in a row. You saw he looked at his cards and kind of quickly moved his hands a bit, understandably making this 3-bet up to 1,050,000. And Ilani with an ace-king of his own.
All of a sudden, the fuse is a bit lit here. But for Ilani, I mean, we're not really in the business of ever flatting with ace-king, right?
No, certainly not out of position.
4.9.
He does just go for the committing raise.
Yeah, declaration of war. 4.9 million of his 7 deployed to the battlefield. Hochheim, obviously.
How much you have behind?
Not interested any further in ace-jack off.
Yeah, and this is a funny situation for Golinski. He has to assume that Ilani never has ace-queen here, given kind of the speed and the size of this raise. He also probably never has pocket aces, though. I would imagine there'd be a more kind of cutesy raise, and he does just put it in.
I cover you.
I'm kidding, I'm kidding.
Good luck.
All right, so as to be expected, the 2 ace-kings,
Yeah, I told you.
the hands that are left standing.
I will win it.
That sounds like a jinx.
15 million chip pot, and obviously
I got it in bed, right? You got hearts and spades.
boys have to hold their breath a little bit.
Yeah.
To ensure a bad beat isn't lurking. The ace of clubs for Ilani, now free rolls.
We always see these things, right?
Not like this.
Yeah.
Okay.
Ooh,
Turn is merciful, and they both end up with the nuts.
The same here. Okay, I'm okay with split.
All's well that ends well.
I'm not.
Although for Hochheim, he did have to forfeit that initial raise. You know, I think there's a certain sense of relaxation amongst these players, not only because their guaranteed payout is so handsome, but also they must be a bit exhausted grinding through this nearly 800 player field and knowing that, you know, only one more day of play awaits them.
And how long that day of play will be could very well be dictated by this man, especially if the deck's going to pay him visits like this. 2 queens in the small.
Yes, indeed. And my goodness, Hochheim is probably going to lose at least some chips here with his ace.
Now remember, he snapped it off with queen 10 offsuit. And ace 4 is better kit than that, but I don't know what's going to be on his mind here. If he senses far and wide is going to be Andrian's approach to these small blind opens, you could feel very tempted to just snatch this 550 with an uneventful outcome. And yes, it is an all-in that was declared here. Of course, the snap now comes from Andrian, and Hochheim just got caught with some poor timing.
Good luck.
Yeah, and I think it's a pretty reasonable play on his part.
Only to me, right?
It's so easy for Andrian to be applying maximum pressure here with all kinds of hands. Something we might wonder is how many of those hands that we would hope for him to be raising and folding with would shove, but nevertheless an ace, a lot of hand against the chip leader.
Well, it's not so much hand on this king 8 deuce board, where Andrian's queens are way, way out in front, and they stay there on this turn. The light flickering for Hochheim. Can he find a needle on the end? No.
Good game, sir.
Good game.
Then instead of an injection of chips, it is an eviction of the German. GG's.
Yeah, and he has a lot to be proud of. He fought his way here.
Love to see that, by the way. Walking around, paying a visit.
Yeah, the mutual respect amongst all the players is great to see.
Yeah. 297,000 euros in your account also not the worst thing to see. That's exactly what Hochheim's going to be delivered.
Absolutely.
Courtesy of his performance. Obviously a little bit disheartening not to be able to fight on for the bracelet and an even bigger payout as the remaining field. Now assured 415,000 euros. The jump, the biggest thus far, is to be predicted 175,000 euro difference between fourth and a podium finish.
And Ilani opting to open things up here with his ace-3 in the cutoff. And quickly getting through all the players and taking it down. Nice spot for him.
Now let's send it down to Carlencho, who's standing by with David Hochheim.
I'm here with David Hochheim, our 5th place finisher in the WSOP Europe main event. David, what do you think about your final table performance?
I think I overlasted one player. That was fine. So yes, it was the goal. And of course, if I win one more all in, then I'm back in the game. But yeah, the outcome is great. Played 4 days of poker and had fun. And yeah, was nice playing the table filled with pros and made fun. And the outcome is good. Yes.
Awesome. Thank you so much, man. Enjoy your reign.
Thank you.
Oh, it's here.
Yeah, it's here.
Class act there.
Yeah, another good attitude, all smiles, and a lot to be happy about.
And another good hand for the chip leader, Andrian, who's up to 36 million, and he takes us up to the standard open size of 400K, a click.
And he's done well with this ace-jack of diamonds at the final table so far.
Yeah, that's right. One tour of duty has proved fruitful.
And Velt quickly bowing out with his 8-4 suited, really just an indication that he is pretty content to stay out of Andrian's way, especially out of position.
Also, ICM awareness out of that number 2 stack, you know.
Definitely.
This is deference that is profitable.
Yes. He's pretty happy to let things continue the way they've been going. He's taking his share of the pots, Andrian's taking his share of the pots, and if these other players can get ground down a bit, I'm sure Velt will be more than happy to open his game up. Speaking of opening it up.
Yeah, Golinski is open to 450K from the button. His ace-5 has issues. Mariusz has already come up on the wrong side of altercations with Velt thus far. And this rates to be another one of those experiences.
And let's see if Golinski does decide that he wants to do anything creative. Ace-5, again, really not the ideal hand for such things, particularly of the unsuited variety. He does allow it to get disposed of, and Velt takes another pot, but, you know, every time you open the button, your man in the small blind is 3-betting you. At some point, we're going to be curious about what's going on there. But this time he very much did have it.
2 weeks?
11 days.
Yeah, 11. 9 to 20.
Suppression of curiosity was always a good decision in that spot.
You don't play much live, right?
No.
Queen 9 offsuit, getting chewed on. And the 24 million chip man opens.
Vandaag. Haydi degel.
8-9 offsuit for Andrian. He'll defend, dominated, unbeknownst. Ace Queen 4 board, not one that rates to leave Simone interested. He does check over to second pair. $300K and take it.
And it would be fun to see as Velt continues to have opportunities on the button, in what ways Andrian decides to respond, particularly depending on the stack sizes of the other players. I was curious if he might just put in a 3-bet straight away and start to set the tone, but 8-9 a pleasant hand.
Well, if you think 8-9's pleasant, Chewy, I'm scared to know what you think of 2 queens. It's the hand that Simone dispatched Hochheim with moments ago. Here it is, parked in front of Urmo.
Extremely pleasant.
A raise and King 10 offsuit is a decent amount of hand.
Yeah. He does have the awareness that given he's still in the hand, Velt will proceed somewhat cautiously, and he does so in kind with his King 10 out of position as well.
7-6-4. Not what we had in mind with King 10.
Agreed. Will Velt seek value straight away, or will he be a bit coy and perhaps look to extract some chips from Andrian?
Well, one of the issues, even though this is a small blind defense and as such the range is a little bit different as we see Velt check back and make top set on the turn, is those board textures, we could just get blended.
We could.
By Andrian if all of a sudden we stick our neck out a little bit. There could be some real violent responses from Simone that leave us
absolutely
questioning our hand. Of course, the check back and getting top set on the turn doesn't leave any further questions in our mind.
And now we're absolutely hoping for some activation, but Andrian with no connection there, quickly releasing.
I was in Cyprus last festival when there was the, what was the MPN or something?
Ah, MPP. Yeah. I was there too.
I like this one, and now I want to go back.
Yeah, it's very nice.
Yeah.
Yeah, especially because now it's still summer.
Yeah, it's very nice weather.
Yeah.
I go a lot to the Paphos just for vacation.
Conversation between Simone and Urmo centering around the Merit Poker Complex in northern Cyprus. Have been some rumors swirling about regarding a potential new venue next year for the World Series of Poker Europe. Unclear whether or not
it was like
that's going to happen, but my goodness, what an option that place would be.
That would be something.
My friend told me, I haven't played much live, but he told me like it was like very, very nice. And now everybody goes there.
Yeah, because also there, like, player who plays for fun can enjoy the sea, and so yeah, it's easier.
Nice casinos.
Yeah.
Ace-3 suited. Andrian takes us up, and Golinski suited King 9. This is a nice hand four-handed.
I gotta be honest, I love 3-betting with King 9 suited. Let's see if Golinski has any similar feelings about it. He certainly does. We're cut from the same cloth, Ali.
Yeah. And there's technical merit to this choice.
Absolutely.
To 3x to 1.2 million.
And more clubs being disposed of.
3 of them in total, so flushes seem quite improbable here.
And in the very early goings of yesterday's play, we saw in a much different situation, but a similar stack depth in Ace-4 suited go for a large 4-bet. Perhaps Andrian will consider a similar play, or maybe he will just call. Oh, he is 4-betting.
Boy, it's so demoralizing because we know the risks associated with 3-betting Simone, who hasn't shown himself to be one trick in nature thus far here. I know it's early, limited data points, but, he's bobbing and weaving. And on this occasion, unfortunately for us, with King 9 of clubs, he's decided to 4-bet to 2.6.
Golinski grabbing that stack, perhaps trying to get a reaction, but he does release it. And Andrian taking down not just another great pot, but really showing his instincts and intuition. That was a pretty quick, seamless option that he took there. He's really locked in, Ollie.
I mean, forgive the obvious, but that's a man who just gets it.
Yeah.
As a chip leader here.
He's just on top of things.
Very much so. Not just the leaderboard, where we see him reigning supreme as he has for so much of the run, from 2 tables down to 1, and even prior to that. You'll remember yesterday, he caught our attention as a chip leader coming in, $5.5 million in front of him, and then all of a sudden we pop back over to his table, he had 20 some odd million.
Yeah. And he's really just continued that ride and that rush up to this point.
He's broken a few hearts along the way, no question about that.
Hardly any bumps in the road for him thus far.
I can't really recall one moment where a big pot broke out and it ultimately didn't go his way.
Yeah.
And by the way, I'm not even sure how many really large pots he was even involved in. It was just kind of a steady, grab this one, grab that one, put it all together. From what we had of him in terms of our coverage, obviously, $5.5 million to 24, I don't think was all cobbling at the outer tables yesterday.
Ilani deciding to open things up a bit now that they're four-handed and play this 3-deuce in the small blind against Andrian, who does flop top pair.
Are you surprised by that?
I am somewhat surprised, yeah. I mean, the 2 lowest cards in the deck against the chip leader wouldn't be my first choice, but, you know, it does make a bit more sense now that we are four-handed. As the shortest stack, you know, he does have 34 big blinds, but he definitely doesn't mind opening things up a bit.
Note the check back on the monotone texture from Simone, who had top pair here. King on the turn, and Ilani so down in his range. Just the gutter. Asks for it.
Yeah.
Politely, but that's not going to matter.
And this makes plenty of sense. He's really just looking to fold out any high card hand better than the 3. Needless to say, any hand. Let's see what kind of river we got.
Board pairing 5, solving any potential kicker issues for Andrian. No solutions for deuce 3, though.
I mean, given the type of hand we have as Ilani, having arrived at this decision point, no diamond in hand that Andrian could have been drawing to, and certainly no showdown to speak of, I think we should probably continue firing. He does just go for a very small bet, though. I don't know that this is going to get it done.
No. Every time, but
a cheeky 2 bills here, and Simone
See with the delay.
snaps.
Also, yeah.
You know, it's going to be real tough to spin our stack up if the man with all the chips is going to make it that difficult.
Yeah, absolutely.
You know,
the commentators are in Vegas. So, yeah.
Yeah, I really like Andrian's style of kind of knowing when to step on the gas and knowing when to pump the brakes and when to trap and when to attack. He seems to have a really nice flow to his game.
I got to tell you, I mean, that's a man that if he's selling pieces, sign me up. I mean, he's just been a remarkably smooth operator, just built for the task.
Yeah, absolutely.
And obviously a big favorite to be slipping another bracelet onto his wrist, one that comes with a main event victory. But don't want to get ahead of ourselves or jinx it. Obviously, 3 guys that have something to say about that are still lurking.
I was wondering if this 10-9 suited might not just go all in. We did see him do this yesterday in a different situation, but never. Play here is significant.
And again, going back to that, you know, a dominant king 9 against the 10-9, Simone's choice to flat here, it will make it difficult for us to spin up if the man's not going to play a big one with us. And here he is, 2 overs, gut shot, straight draw, flush draw. He's going to lead into what is nothing more than a gut shot and king high.
And I would say this is a pretty above average flop for Ilani. And even already, you can kind of sense that this is very unpleasant for him, shooting glances over at Andrian, knowing that his hand is drawing to the straight with the 2 overcards, but certainly not overwhelmingly pleasant to be playing a 2 million chip pot against the chip leader with just king high. And there, Andrian does pull out in front with top pair. And how will he decide now to play this turned pair of 10s? I would imagine he will keep betting. He will. He goes for a smaller bet this time. You know, I quite like this play, Ali. He's got the 10 with the 9 and the clubs. And as we can see, Ilani with just 5%, drawing to either a non-club king or a non-club 7 for a chop.
And things just getting better and better for Simone, and that second barrel does get through. For the man who's got 1.3 million plus in career live earnings, his best cash prior to the guaranteed outcome here today was 179,000 in change. YouTube chat, by the way, seems to very much be familiar with his online exploits, and I gotta say 1.3 million live, I suspect that might be dwarfed by his performances online, just based on the technical prowess that we've observed.
Do we have any screen names, or do we not want to discuss such things?
I don't have them myself. Maybe some in the World Series of Poker YouTube channel chat can shed some light on exactly the handle that Simone operates under. Could it potentially be one familiar to you?
Perhaps. Not really as much in the online streets these days, but I keep an eye on things.
Okay, 5-3 here.
How much you have?
5-3.
Ah. Okay.
Shout out, by the way, to Alex in the YouTube chat who directed our attention in that direction, and also to Sam, who promptly says, oh no, they're reading this garbage?
Well, someone's reading it.
10-8 suited here. Velvet reading the situation as warranting a 3x open.
Very understandable. And getting called by a hand that he's really got kind of in a world of hurt.
Ilani investing another 400, and fruitlessly the 2 club, 2 sixes, and queen board comes off. Obviously, Velt hasn't connected either.
You know, Ollie, seeing these guys play, it makes me think maybe I'm a little bit crazy. I would have just probably shoved in this 10-8 suited. Is it possible I'm too aggressive?
Yeah, Chewy. I mean, if you'd like, you can just step onto the couch back here in the booth and we can have a conversation about, you know, what's going on inside. 400 bet and call, by the way, as you see Ilani with a bit of a float.
Ilani definitely opening things up quite a bit.
Off of that stack depth, though, I am a little bit surprised that he's willing to venture into the weeds with such a dull machete.
Yeah, no club. I mean, the backdoor straight draw is certainly something. And Velt now turning diamonds. I have to imagine he's going to continue firing, and he does. And I think Ilani's path to potential victory is very much coming to a close in this hand.
Yeah, obviously an ace very much available to Velt. I think Ilani had an opportunity to kind of steal it on the turn in the face of a check, much more on his mind. That is denied by Urmo. And that is an impactful lost pot there for Iran.
And while it hasn't really gone his way in terms of opening his game up a bit, I do like it. You know, things changed. 2 players gone today. And, you know, he's kind of doing what he can to get in a position to take it all down.
Ace-queen now for Mariusz Golinski. A tickle north of the minimum, and pocket sevens for Urmo on the button.
Certainly going nowhere. He does just decide to call. Oh my.
A flat, unexpectedly, perhaps, out of Velt, who has shown a propensity to pick on Golinski a little bit and seek privacy, but it is Ron Ilani who wakes up to 2 queens, and obviously 4 and change. We're going to want to get a lot of that out there.
Yeah, I think it might be time to just sail it in. And this is going to be a tough spot for Golinski. I don't know if this ace-queen can really find a path to escape. Let's say Ilani does shove. It's easy to imagine that hands like ace-jack suited, king-queen suited, maybe king-jack suited, ace-10 suited, all of these hands can exist in that range, of which Golinski is doing fairly well against many of them, and then flipping against some of the weaker pairs. Of course, hands like queens and ace-king do always loom in these ranges where larger shoves are happening. Taking his time, being very deliberate. Perhaps considering his options between a smaller 3-bet.
Okay, so he does come with the non-all-in sizing here, Chewy, and I don't know about you, but as I soaked up the imagery alongside Golinski and Velt, who are involved, it did feel much more cuspy than 2 queens.
Yeah. Yeah, he's done a nice job selling it. There was excessive deliberation, and I suppose this is the type of scenario. By the way, Andrian taking his time here with 8-3. Interesting.
Sure.
Perhaps just soaking it in, observing the situation. He didn't realize he had not folded his hand.
What the fuck?
So now back on Golinski.
Thought it was like a big...
You know, on the one hand, Ilani no longer has hands like king-queen suited and ace-jack suited, but he can also have weaker hands that are folding, and he does put it in.
You made it easy for me. It would have been tough.
Much to Ron's delight.
So the ace-queen tempted into the 4-bet, covering Ilani, shedding the 2 7s. Nice development, by the way, for Velt in terms of choosing to flat pre.
Yeah,
getting out of there.
absolutely.
King 10 tray, and Ilani must anxiously take the turn and the river. As the gut shot Broadway draw and the ace could present problems. You see Golinski. He is the covering stack. He'd love to shower Ron here with a bad beat on the end, and instead the 8 of hearts.
I think he covers me. Should be pretty close, but yeah.
Is going to send Ilani up the leaderboard.
Yeah, and you can sense kind of a deflating feeling coming from Golinski there, but you know, he's kind of just had the second best hand a few times today. It's been a rough go of it for him. No crazy plays or anything out of line, really.
No, I agree, and I think it's important internally for him to recognize that that which he was within control of, he handled well, and that which he didn't have control of, he can't really, you know, get down about necessarily. You can be disappointed, but like, don't all of a sudden begin to question what you're doing out there.
Right, right. It's very well said. Just to kind of stay composed, and you know, he's obviously got a lot less chips than he started with, but he is still in. Things can turn around. Occasionally we do see these big spin-ups. I think more than anything, just keeping your head in the game, and not allowing that feeling of defeat to creep in before it's actually over is very important for any tournament player or any competitor really in any field.
Yeah, going for a walk.
Completely forgot, like not even close.
I'm going for outside for a second, then come back.
It'll be fun though, I can back all it.
1/2. 1/2.
So
yes,
Ilani straight back to a decision here with 10-8 suited. I think I like this fold.
Oh, you like it even more when you realize that Simone definitely was going to have an excuse to get involved with us. Ace-10 and a very lean stack to the left. Simone says, bring it. King-6 offsuit, and without any hesitation whatsoever, Golinski recognizing that that's a hand that's supposed to perform far better than it is on this occasion. He digs in, and all of a sudden, one hand removed from ace-queen running into queens. He's on his feet with his life at risk here. 2.9 million chip pot.
Yeah, this is a very understandable call because the chip leader shoving on him.
Queen 5-4. The 6 dangler working. Hearts are not going to be a thing for him. He would take a king. Instead, he's given a 4. And now, perhaps a preemptive few steps away from this final table for Mariusz. And a 6 on the river.
6,5.
We're starting to feel as if Andrian was just walking on water this whole time.
You know, but he's going to take this one in stride. But a flesh
I would say so, yeah. Much like he did against Hochheim earlier, doubling him up and then busting him the following orbit.
Yeah. I stand up, then when you move the chair, I was fucked.
Let's see.
Yeah,
it is so remarkable how superstitious people get in these spots these days.
Well, maybe there's an unseen component going on. Perhaps some magic is afoot.
I know you pedal in these wares.
Do I ever?
Chewy. What's going on? You got a little rabbit foot, horseshoe, old school stuff, new school? What are you, crystals? What's your jam?
It's all internal, my friend.
You know Shaman Steve O'Dwyer, by the way.
Oh, I do.
Famously
Love
sprinkled
Shaman
salt across the seats of all of his final table combatants during the break.
Did Andrian do any of this today? Did he sprinkle
know.
salt on the dealer? Well, I mean,
maybe a little
suited on the button.
You know, grated Parmesan.
Yeah.
Just to keep it culturally apropos.
Oh, very nice. As you do. As you do.
So you have a 9?
I mean, luck is such an interesting thing. Such a big part of this game.
You have that feeling that some people are just luckier than others? Lucky Chewy?
On some days and some moments, yes.
I wish the sort of coy smile and smirk and look on the face of Chewy was one available to those of you listening to us right now. I'm intrigued, Chewy.
I seek to bring science to this world.
I'm going to tell you right now, though, if you try to read my palm or some of that stuff, we're
You're
done.
gone. Yeah.
You know.
I'll wait till we finish the broadcast.
Look into my third eye. You know.
I regret to inform you I've already done that.
It's a terrifying place, I would imagine. An abyss.
I feel right at home in the abyss.
Of complication. Meanwhile, the 8-2 suited is trying to take Ilani into a dark place. Queen 9 up for it as Ron has a newly minted almost 10 million chip stack. Bit more playability. King Jack deuce, gut shot straight draw versus bottom pair.
Yeah, a little something for everyone. And I like this from Velt applying pressure to Ilani when Golinski has under 15 big blinds. Naturally, he should be somewhat concerned about these higher cards, given that Ilani did call that 4x raise with the situation as it is, but he does come out firing.
Yeah, not demonstrating much concern here. 1.1 million. reasonably healthy follow-through sizing here, as you would imagine. There's going to be a little bit more surgical precision about these sorts of follow-throughs. And Ilani's just going to peel here on the strength of the gutter. Remember, it's not just that, though, as we saw him float. And it's going to be difficult for him to find a win now that trip deuces have been presented to Velt. But I think he's just looking for his opportunity maybe to take one away on the turn.
Yes.
Not just the gut shot.
And let's see if Velt does somehow find it in himself to check here. I don't necessarily think he will. But it would be an incredibly well-timed opportunity for a trap.
Yeah, you're really right about that. Even though there's a lot of draws available, a check here would leave many of them hunting the pot on the turn, I would think, on what looks like an innocent card.
And certainly a king would still put some chips in for us at some point. But he does just shed the queen nine, and a nice pot indeed for Velt. Sometimes hard to sell too many bluffs on these extremely dry board textures. Nevertheless, our opponent is not going to be so happy to fold a king or maybe even a jack, but with just queen high, no easy path to continue. Especially without the open-ender, just the gut shot.
Velt, by the way, a very solid batting average here at this final table thus far.
Yeah.
Managed to avoid a collision with the 2-7s, courtesy of the choice to flat pre-flop, and has gotten the best of Ilani. He's gotten the best of Golinski.
He's almost doubled up, just in terms of where he started today at.
Yeah, somewhat quietly, too.
Yeah.
Now Ilani hates having to be in this situation to the direct right of Andrian, but he's up for a cheap one, provided he's given the opportunity. Simone says all right, and he is dominating the clubs here. Queen 9-7, top pair. This one's all Andrian.
We've seen Andrian check back top pair once and middle pair once, and he does check it back again. See, this style really speaks to me. I personally quite enjoy this more passive approach on flops, preferring to wait until the turn in river to open things up. Now with three-of-a-kind queens, I have a feeling we will start to hunt value. Seeking, oh no, he does check back again. My goodness, he really is a trappy player. And
this is kind of nasty here.
I love it.
Because I don't know how much showdown Jack High thinks it has. A decent amount, I suppose. Maybe some ace-x, king-x we expect is going to be raising it up out of position.
Yeah, and let's see if Ilani does try something here. If he does, he will promptly find himself getting raised. He does just check it. And Andrian chose that very large bet of 900 into 600, 1.5 times the pot earlier with his 8-5 in a very similar line where they checked to the river. Let's see how much value he hunts with his queen this time. Oh, even more, it looks like. 1.2 into 600.
2x pot. And Ilani's like, what's going on with this guy?
Yeah. And it's funny, the bigger the bet, the more compelling it becomes to call with a hand like Jack 4.
I like this Jack High so much more in the face of a 2x bet than I do half pot.
Yes.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
It's strange to think that. It seems like such an incongruent piece of logic, but it's the polarization of this posture.
It's no more a deuce once he bets 1.2.
No. And it's not supposed to be a 7. It's not, you know.
Right.
It's supposed to be dust a lot of times.
A great hand.
Sure. As we can see, it was the latter. You know, I'm curious. Keep an eye on that, by the way. If we get a lot more blind versus blind with those two, I'm really curious if there's going to be a point at which Ilani has had all he can stand in terms of these big overbets on the end, provided that Simone keeps going to them. And so far, as we've seen, he's had it.
Yes, he has.
On both occasions. But I wonder if he comes with it right at some point.
Yeah, at some point. So now again, Ilani on the button with a very playable hand. And the big blind Golinski not playing a particularly deep stack. He does raise it up. And I don't believe Ilani is going to be able to call what is likely the ensuing shove from Golinski here, which for him is very unfortunate because he would prefer to keep the gap as wide as possible between his stack and Golinski's due to the fact that Velt and Andrian have so many chips.
So 400K button open gets piled on by Mariusz. And we can't take that kind of heat with Queen 10.
Yeah. As much as we would love to bust Golinski, we really don't want to double him up.
No, you're right. Patience is virtue in that respect because you kind of got him where you want him in terms of not giving him a whole lot of playability pre-flop at this stack depth.
Yeah, absolutely.
It's not just all in or fold quite yet for Golinski.
For sure.
As it was when he found the King 6 and doubled, but
right,
he is flirting with that sort of territory. Urmo gets a walk. I gotta say, I'm so endlessly impressed by, in particular, younger players who show off the kind of poise, command of craft, emotional even-keeledness.
Yeah.
You know, that this group here, you know, I mean, as I reflect back kind of at this stage of my personal poker career, not as a tournament player, but as a cash game player, like, this was not my presence at a table. This was not, to this day, it isn't. You know, and granted, cash game is a different animal for sure.
I'll take your words at face value here.
Yeah. I don't think you're going to push back on that claim, are you, Chewy? Like, no, Ali, you strike me as somebody who's just calm and measured.
A measured approach being employed by Velt.
Yeah, little flat from the ace-king, and I'm unsure why it is that he's chosen to come in this way. Is it because it is Simone who has raised it up under the gun? I mean, the raw power of ace-king is the raw power of ace-king, but maybe also respecting the ICM of Golinski out there with the shorter stack. And here he finds himself top pair, top kicker, slipping it over to Simone, who's got the gut shot straight draw. Will he have an appetite for a C-bet?
Seems he does. And, you know, just touching on this ace-king flat pre-flop, even if Andrian is exceptionally likely not to have a better hand, he doesn't really want to play a big 3-bet pot from out of position. They're so deep stacked. He has quite an opportunity to play, you know, not a wide range of hands, but he can get in there. He doesn't have to play so snug. So allowing him to play a decent amount of hands, calling with a hand like ace-king, I think it's quite nice. Here we see it's going well so far.
Yeah, check calling. 600,000 and a jack on the turn. Might Simone sense added excuses to deliver chips forward?
I don't think so. The jack kind of, you know, a comfortable hand, a pair to be checking with. He does do so.
He's just been so tidy in these spots. And now,
yeah,
let's see, given the check back from Andrian, whether or not Velt hunts what feels like comfortable value. But if we do bet and all of a sudden the psychopathy that we've not yet seen out of Simone decides to show itself.
Well, it's hard on the 8 because what is he really trying to represent if he raises here? Sure, he has the 10 working. Potentially he could look to mirror some straights. But Queen 10 is really just going to be a hand that bets the turn almost every time. 10-7 is plausible. He does just pay it off, though.
And Urmo continues to perform incredibly well in almost all pots that he enters.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you.
By the way, at Showdown, when we flip that ace-king up, that's not lost on the field.
Right, right. They see. They know.
I think they can just chalk that one up to the ICM factor as you get a look at the chip counts here on the dealer push. 415,000 euro lockup, 175,000 euro pay jump between 4th and 3rd. Ilani and Golinski currently jockeying the bottom half of that leaderboard, as it's really been the Velt show co-starring Simone Andrian, I would say, at this point.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, they've both played their part, but Velt has had a significant ascent so far today.
And I would imagine he's going to have further ascent on his mind here, courtesy of King Queen on the button. He takes us upstairs. 8-5 off for Simone.
And I am curious how Simone decides to play this spot. He'll just continue to call. They are so deep stacked.
So defense, but no improvement on an ace-king 4 board. Second pair for Velt. Action checked over.
You know, of course, the fact that they are 1 and 2 in chips with 4 left in the tournament is very significant. But when the stacks are this deep, it's so unlikely that we see really big pots emerge for any number of reasons. They kind of get to, you know, just play poker.
Straightforward check muck. And more tokens into that machine.
Ding, ding, ding.
Yeah. When's the last time you went to an arcade?
I was just about to ask you the same thing.
Well, I asked first.
Yeah, I got to think. I think it was a couple of years ago. My wife and I went to visit her family in Northern California. We did some, skee ball.
Papa shot.
There was some Papa shot.
Whack-a-mole.
Yep. Yeah, there was some whack-a-mole.
Animal claw.
There was an animal claw.
Pac-Man.
No Pac-Man. You're pretty good, though. You've spent some time in those arcades.
I might be a Dave & Buster's Platinum.
Okay.
Member? No, I'm not. It's been like 5 years since I went in there. They may have 86'd me. I got a little aggressive on the Buck Hunter machine at one point. I don't think they allow you to pistol whip the animals through the screen, so that became strange.
And why not, by the way?
It was weird. I mean...
Yeah. Air hockey?
Oh, I like me some air hockey.
Me too.
Queen 9 versus Queen 8 here. Under the gun, it was Velt who opened to 400. Golinski defended as big. His dangler actually serving him a lot better on this 4-6-7 board. He has checked it over with the gutter.
Absolutely.
And the backdoor clubs.
It would have been interesting if Velt sprinkled out 600 or so. How would Golinski have proceeded with this type of hand?
This is not really the turn card that's going to allow him to suddenly try to rep things.
No.
He's supposed to belong to Urmo. Second check in front of him.
And given how often Golinski will probably just fire it in with an ace-X holding, particularly the suited ones, but many of the offsuit ones as well, pre-flop, I think Velt will just begin firing. And he does do just that.
Yeah, 400,000.
And you know, he could have chosen a larger bet size, but against 400, does Golinski see any path? He does not. And nicely done, once again.
This is beginning to become a very familiar sight.
Yeah.
Chips being pulled in by the Estonian.
Is there a Dave & Buster's ranking that supersedes Platinum?
I actually don't even know if they have a rewards program.
Okay, yeah, I didn't mean to call you out on that.
I was kind of a punter. I just, whatever. I don't need the deal, man. Just give me the whatever. Tokens.
Yeah. 8-4 suited, 12.5 blinds here for Golinski on the short stack with 4 remaining. He just goes for the limp. I think this is a nice play. And Velt, as things have gone his way, they continue to do so. Not just dominating the 8-4 suited, but also with the ace. He may just put an end to things right away. And he does do just that. Golinski wasting no time, of course.
Nah. Oh, look at this.
What's that?
Urmo's pulling in a pot.
Imagine that.
I mean, his win at showdown percentage is pretty damn high.
Yeah. He's just blindfold sinking every Papa shot right now.
Oh, yeah. He's in the zone.
He's in the zone.
And
he was heating up. He's now officially on fire.
Oh, a little NBA Jam on your resume, perhaps? Oh,
my goodness.
Chewy,
The nostalgia is rich right now.
Oh. During COVID, I downloaded that bad boy and
that was
fired
smart.
it up, yeah. For Golinski, ace-jack on the button. It would be smart not to get all your chips into the middle right now. Of course, one wouldn't blame him for doing so, given the VPIP we presume the chip leader to be delivering to our doorstep right here with hands that don't do well against ace-jack. Unfortunately, ace-queen is not one of those hands.
Yeah, this is a cooler. We saw how many hands Andrian has played so far. For Golinski to pick up a hand this strong with just 12 blinds and run into a better one, that is rather unlucky.
Well, let's see if Golinski can enjoy another stay of execution. It was an ace-4, I believe, against king-6 last time, where he had to go all the way down to the river to hit a 6-outer. They're both on their feet and looking up at queen 9-7. Ace-jack has real issues on its hands.
Some backdoors looming, though. A sweat is possible. An 8, 10, king, or spade, or jack. Running jacks are also an option.
We take that.
Look at Simone rooting for something sweaty and getting it.
He's a sick one, huh?
8 on the turn.
Golinski flashing 10 fingers.
Calling for the 10, and instead he finds an inferior ace.
Great run, sir.
Very much so. Hold your head up high.
Okay.
Not just courtesy of the 415,000 euros earned, but the sense that I don't know too many other operators that would have met a different fate.
Yeah.
On the day.
Go on break, guys. I will play one
That's
more
the
hand.
truth.
Go. I will play one more hand.
So Golinski's departure now giving that massive 175,000 euro pay jump to our final 3, each of whom have been assured 590,000 euros. Next jump, by the way, Chewy, 264K.
That is exciting. It's a lot of euros.
And it's not a lot of chips for Ron Ilani as he dangles the field. 30 bigs, though, obviously a depth off of which he understands how to operate. This much we know.
By the way, look at all these eliminations by Andrian. Really just kind of doing the hard work for everyone else.
4 out of the last 5 with Velvet claiming a pelt in the middle.
A new chip arriving on the felt
Perhaps.
as well.
I don't think we're getting a fill.
Yeah.
All right. Well, it does seem as though the break has been settled on, so we're going to count chips down, and we're going to step aside briefly halfway home here on the 5th and final day of the World Series of Poker Europe main event. Keep it close. Back in a few.
Top 1.
Camosci all smiles, of course.
Forse era meglio che flat.
I really like Thomas Hauskas's game. Very methodical.
Yeah, throughout the course of play yesterday, I mean, he didn't put a foot wrong. I mean, really just found the spots, made the most of the hands he was dealt, and didn't draw a lot of attention to himself in the process, just content to do his bidding. King 9 of spades, paying a visit to Ron Ilani, dominating the Queen Jack of spades for Rezai.
Let's see if Rezai can win with King 9 of spades and against it. Well, this time he's going to have the lesser of the 2 spade holdings. This is an interesting spot for Hochheim.
Raising flat in front of him. He's in the cutoff with a baby suited ace.
Yeah, I think I like this fold. It's not so pleasant to be coming in as the 3rd player with the baby ace, despite it being suited. Let's see if Svach wants to play. He does not.
Seven, 8 offsuit can close the action at a discount. Off of 1.2 though, every little chip counts. Is this
Sure
compulsory,
does.
Chewy?
No, I think I like this decision to fold. Sometimes these middling cards can really get us in trouble when we're up against a player who's called a middle position raise and middle position themselves. Oh
so
my.
his exit allows the most improbable of things to take place. 6-3 deuce, all spades, flush over flush.
Wow.
Uh-oh.
Ilani immediately sitting up in his seat. And so interesting that he ran that massive bluff just moments earlier on that 3 club board. This time 3 spades out there, and yeah, unless a 4th spade comes or some other unusual circumstances, like maybe running 6s or whatnot, this is going to be painful for Mr. Rezai.
Yeah, no question about it. Do you feel as though the pre-flop raisers checking board textures such as this typically are doing so in a very honest manner, unlike what we see here?
Yeah, I would say so. I mean, I think a lot of players will proceed somewhat cautiously on this type of board. He is just slow playing, though. Okay.
Board does pair on the turn after Rezai, understandably, with the queen high spades, barreled 150 and got called.
I'm actually somewhat surprised to see Ilani just calling on the flop. I would imagine a lot of Rezai's hands are going to be pocket pairs or hands with a single spade. More so pocket pairs. And I would think we want to start extracting value from those straight away.
And that pursuit comes in the form of 580, says Rezai.
And I think at this point, now we probably just want to call.
If you're Ilani?
Yeah, I would think so. I mean, if Rezai's bluffing, we certainly don't want to fold him out. And the question we always have to ask ourselves when we raise a hand like this is, what kinds of hands might we be able to sell to our opponent that we could be bluffing with? If he had a bare king of spades, maybe. It's possible. He did make that very aggressive play moments earlier. It seems he agrees.
Yeah, there's the flat. Another 1,060,000 into the middle. You see Daniel looking over as if to say, what exactly would compel you to do this? There are going to be some non-spade overpairs, I would imagine, Chewy, that are involved in this behavior?
Yeah, definitely pocket pairs spring to mind as the exact sort of holding that Rezai would look to be getting value from here. And Ilani lucky to dodge a 4th spade or a 3rd 3. This should lead to him getting paid in full. Assuming he does check it over, but in any case. I think the decision for Mr. Rezai is basically just, does he want to bet all of Ilani's chips or most of them? Clearly we see this is a dark road to be traveling down, but from his perspective, a queen high flush seems as if it's the nuts.
So he jams, and obviously the pair on board, occasional concerns, nut flush, occasional concerns, but Ilani does stick it in there, and how delighted will he be to see a queen high flush, and you see Rezai just flicking.
It's a tough one.
That hand into the bin.
I don't know if getting dealt aces and winning the blinds twice is going to cause a soft boil. I think you're revealing something about your own personality, my friend.
Oh, listen, well documented is my psychopathy, Chewy. I mean, you kidding me? The stone maniac out there.
Yeah, I guess that's fair.
This is how it happens, right? I'll get 3-bet 19 straight times, okay? And then every one of those times I was light, let's say, or I had something. Then I find the aces, and I'm ready for the guy who's been the 3-better 90% of the time. And he just mucks.
Well, he just didn't get dealt
Takes a
7-8
phone
suited
call.
that time.
You know what I mean? Oh, okay, great. Not today? No? Not this hand, huh? All right.
Camosci with a pretty disciplined fold Jack-8 suited there. Understandable. Tomasowskis raising off of around 25 big blinds.
Nothing undisciplined about having done so with ace-9 suited as Ilani seeks his bearings. King-5 off. We're not married to it.
We're not, but this is, you know, a reasonable holding. Closing the action against the button. Let's C3.
Meet for coffee.
Yeah.
You know, maybe not lunch or dinner, but
this has meet for coffee vibes. Yeah. We're going to see how things develop.
Oh, king in the window. Followed by another one behind it. How about trip kings? And all of a sudden, this date's going well.
Yes. Any soft boil is quickly dissipating from Ilani's seat.
Paired flops, even with the lack of the ace, the heart, Tomasowskis could certainly just sprinkle something out there to guide Ilani into the bin.
I don't see why not. Ace high will very often be the best hand here. So now the question for Ilani becomes, do we want to slow play or do we want to raise right now? And if I'm sitting in his shoes, I'm definitely raising. At least strongly considering it. And for Vlados, it becomes annoying. It's not just the presence of the flush draw. It's also the fact that against that button range, you know, Ilani could take plenty of hands, let's say 5-6, 6-7 with a club, queen of clubs with other side cards.
I mean, even just front door flush draws could potentially take the aggressive approach. It doesn't have to be a semi.
Absolutely. He beats all the flush draws and then all of those bluffs. Not to mention some diamonds, right? 4-5 of diamonds. These are all plausible holdings as well.
So Tomasowskis does make the call, doesn't find an ace or a 9 on the turn, but really doesn't find the kind of card that should be leaving him under the impression that if ace high was good prior, that it is no longer. And we'll see whether or not a price is laid with these trip kings by Ilani that could keep the Lithuanian interested.
Yeah. You know, I wouldn't mind a check. And it would sort of do a nice job of mimicking the way that he played his bluff earlier by letting the turn check through and then making a very large river bet. But this is, of course, understandable. We're just looking to continue getting maximum value. And for Tomasowskis, the ace-9 is tricky. Again, beating all the bluffs. Flush draws are really the main types of hands we would hope to be seeing. Really not giving anything away here. Either player, that is. And he understandably sticks around. There are plenty of hands that he does beat. And it really is only the king that he's behind. Of course, we see that Ilani has that, and Tomasauskas is drawing dead.
Yeah, we kind of remove 3x from the equation as played.
Yeah.
Clubs do arrive, however, on the end. Unfortunately for Tomasauskas, though, Chewy, it's in the form of a 9. So kings and 9s nut kick.
Yeah, this is tricky. I actually wonder how Ilani will play this.
Yeah,
Certainly,
he unblocks clubs too.
Yeah, he has to be weary of Tomasauskas having a flush draw. And I think these are the situations that, you know, really kind of above the rim players. Oh, wow, okay, he just puts out 100. Well, that's certainly going to get called.
Deeply downsized.
Yeah.
So much so that maybe... No, ace-9 turning itself into a bluff would just be so absurd.
No, he's definitely not going to turn it into a bluff. But he could think his man has an 8 somehow. I think he'll just call, but crazier things have happened. Imagine a value raise, and he gets a fold. That would be really tremendous.
The trouble, of course, is that Ilani understands how inviting his river sizing is to a raise.
Of course.
So he needs to account for that.
Yes, I don't necessarily think that will happen. I was just reaching for wild outcomes. He bet the 100 so quickly. It's an interesting situation.
Yeah, begrudgingly, Tomasauskas flings the call in there, and perhaps the road less traveled, but embarked upon to considerable profit by Ilani.
Yeah.
And welcome back to Rozvadov in the Czech Republic in the King's Resort and Casino, where only 3 remain in the 2024 World Series of Poker Europe main event. Ali Najad and Lucky Chewy, Andrew Lichtenberger, back with you. As you can see, the blinds have bumped up, further thinning out the stack of Ron Ilani, who trails the field by a very wide margin. Velt has really performed better than all others on the day, in spite of the fact that, as you can see, Simone Andrian has claimed 4 of the last 6 pelts here at the FT. 2 of the 3 eliminated on the day. Blinds now 125, 250. Big blind ante of 250 means it's 625,000 every 3 hands to play poker. And we're back to doing just that on the button. Udomo, Queen 10 of Hearts, min raise. And Andrian concedes right back, picking up where he left off, Chewy.
Yeah, indeed he has. Really just been a spectacular day for him so far. Really no resistance.
I'm here with our 4th place finisher, Mr. Mariusz Golinski. Mariusz, what do you think about your final table performance?
Well, there were some spots where I'm not happy about it, for sure.
Okay.
I could play better, so there is still place to improve for sure, but that just give me hope that there will be still chance to do that maybe next year. Yeah.
Can you talk about the final hand a little bit?
Well, that's the spot where I think it's obvious I have to shove 12 bigs. He wake up with the hand, which is of course call as well. So not much history about it, I guess. Yeah.
Awesome. Congrats once again, and wish you the best of luck in the future.
Well, thanks, Karlencho, for wrangling Mariusz Golinski, the 4th place finisher, during the break. And yet again, we see a display of positive attitudes.
Yeah, and I think that's going to continue.
As long as there's a camera on him.
Don't be so cynical, my friend.
As soon as the red light goes off, are they just raging like silverbacks? King, queen of clubs here for Simone. He will 3-bet Ilani's suited one-gapper open from the button. Another 1 million if you do, sir.
Yes, indeed. And understandably, Ilani has no interest in committing that additional million.
You know, another thing about Simone is as he's borne witness to Urmo kind of dictating the pace more than he has as the chip leader and narrowed the gap throughout the process, he hasn't looked flustered by that whatsoever. Sometimes it's almost as though a chip leader can take it a bit personal when somebody rises up and becomes the center of attention, especially someone with a chip lead as large as Simone's. But, I mean, this guy is just here for it. He's good.
Yeah, it's a great point that you bring up there. It definitely does highlight his even-keeled nature. It is also important to note that of the 3 players who have busted today, he was contributing to 2 of them, so it's definitely not been a bad day for Andrian. If he had been downsliding and Velt had been on the rise, perhaps that would be a bit more startling.
Yeah, no, I think that's a good point. Or if, you know, much of Velt's ascent had come at his expense.
Even more so.
Right. But that has not been the case. The 2 have really avoided one another by and large.
There's been very few altercations.
Queen 7 versus Queen 6 here. Blind versus blind. Neither player connects on the Jack 10 deuce board. Urmo taking his time before finding a check.
Ilani quickly wrapping the table behind him.
You make anything of that from a time tell standpoint, the snap check back?
Not really.
Doesn't read disinterested?
No, because these players are savvy enough. You know, if he just has a hand he wants to check, he can just check quickly. Like, he could have a 10 here. He could maybe even have a weak jack. It's possible. We see both players check again. And this 8 will indeed confirm a chop pot if no more betting occurs. Both players really have to ask the question here. Do they want to bet and try to nudge out a king? Potentially an ace, although it'll be a bit more rare given the pre-flop action. And Velt does indeed go for a large bet here, putting in 1 million chips into a pot of 750,000. And Ilani relatively quickly, is he getting rid of it? No, he's just looking back. He does have the 3 diamonds interplaying, but he does let go of it. And nicely done by the Estonian there. Forcing his opponent off of a chop. You know, if he can take the whole pot instead of half of it, why not, right?
This is starting to look like an instant replay. Every time I look up at this shot of him just collecting chips over and over again. No complaints, of course, out of that seat.
Absolutely.
It's gone about as well as he could have scripted or hoped.
Yeah, I
mean, being honest.
Short of doubling through Andrian, he's definitely winning the majority of the pots, I would think.
And by the way, doubling through Andrian is going to require some sort of really violent altercation because Simone is not in the business of allowing us to play egregiously inflated pots from what we've observed thus far. Who knows? Maybe Dr. Jekyll will go Mr. Hyde at some point.
Maybe. A big maybe. And you know, now that we are 3-handed, Andrian has a slightly disadvantageous position relative to Velt, due to the fact that when Velt is on the button, Andrian's the big blind, and then when Andrian is the small blind, Velt is the big blind. So he does have position on him. And here we see he flops middle pair with his Jack-5 suited against the backdoor hand, which is 10 deuce of clubs on this 9-5-4 board with a single club and 2 spades. Velt very deliberate, thinking through things, putting 800 out, and Andrian uninterested. And here we are yet again, my friend.
This is deja vu all over again.
Yes, it is. If this continues, at some point he may inch Andrian out of the chip lead.
It has been eroding throughout the course of the day, that chip lead for Simone. And not as a result of him,
of course,
having L's hung on him.
Yeah.
But just Urmo's performance independent.
Yeah, the momentum of Urmo is very much speaking for itself. And wow, here we go. 9s against 9-8 suited. Well, this pot is going to grow in size at least a little bit.
125 plunked in as a limp.
$850 if you do, which Andrian almost certainly will. Maybe even a hand that could consider a limp raise, which would be problematic in this case. But he does just take the more conservative route, and we're going to see a flop.
Yeah, the limp with a hand such as this is not designed to find a fold in the face of aggression from the man in position, who is in such good shape with a couple of 9s, and he stays that way on a 6-4 deuce board. Interactions with the 6 of clubs, really the only thing of interest for Andrian, who checks over.
Yeah, I mean, it's not a terrible flop for 8-9 suited. It would be better if he had a pair or an immediate draw of some sort. Velt, of course, has to be quite pleased to see 3 undercards to his pair. Sizing up his bet slightly, 1.2 into a pot of around 2 million. And Andrian does release, and the gap is getting shorter and shorter.
Well, in particular, when Velt is winning pots against the chip leader, the effect is twofold in terms of that narrowing of the gap.
Ron, of course, sitting there rooting for some kind of giant clash, but it's, yeah, as noted, extremely unlikely.
King Jack has momentum, not letting up.
All in.
2 raise all in.
Urmo just jams into Ilani. 4.3 million back. Deuces, Chewy.
Yes, this is tricky. This is around 17 big blinds.
This is a 264,000 euro pay jump between third and second as well.
Right, but Ilani can't particularly realistically hope that that pay jump comes in the form of, okay, he does let it go, which is understandable.
In the form of?
Another player busting.
Right.
They're so far ahead of him.
He's got to be the one to take matters into his own hands at some point.
Yeah.
This not deemed that point. And don't adjust your screen. It's another zoom in on the Estonian hauling in a pot.
Yeah, it's an understandable fold from Ron Ilani with those deuces. Deuces and threes, quite a bit different. You know, you'd love to catch your opponent with a hand that has a deuce in it when you have those threes. Speaking of low cards, he is limping in with his 4-3, and Andrian has a 9-deuce suited. Let's check it. By the way, Velt, perhaps feeling things were too good to be true, folded a 10-6 suited on the button.
Sitting this one out, he would have made bottom pair. Instead, the king 8-6 leaves 4 high and 9 high to tussle.
And a little bit of moxie is going to win Ilani this pot.
Yeah, just speaks first.
Yes.
Not particularly loudly, but
loud enough.
Yep.
Add that to the list of their blind versus blind altercations today. Finally one going his way.
Yeah. Not a lot's gone his way. He did bust a player.
He did.
At this FT, but hasn't really done much since.
Well, he stuck around for some pay jumps, which is definitely worth its weight in gold. Here he's on the button with 10-8 offsuit.
Well, it's worth its weight in euros. We know that much.
Right.
10-8 off, activation from Ilani, and of course we know it's not going to get through. Baby suited ace for Velt.
Yeah, so will Velt just look to end things here and apply max pressure, or will he just call and see a flop? Both options seem relatively reasonable, and we do see the shove. Of course, Ilani has nowhere to go except out with 10-8 offsuit.
Oh, look at this.
Yeah.
This is... I haven't seen this. I mean, he's going to end up in like muscle memory mode. You know what I mean? Like,
yeah.
He's going to lose a pot, and then he's going to start reaching for chips in front of him and be like, wait, what?
Yeah. Where'd they go?
I'm not used to this. What's going on? It's like when your dog's trying to hump something, but then that thing goes away, and then they're still doing the thrusties. You know what I'm talking about? Anyway. Maybe it's not
I
like
have doves, not dogs, Ollie.
I know, but you've seen.
I have seen dogs do
the
that.
Auto kind of. Anyway.
Yeah. Have you ever done that? The auto activation.
She leaves the room, and I'm just sitting there. And come on, Chewy.
No shame.
I think we just changed the rating of the broadcast. By the way.
Well, let's change it back. I'm not here for depravity.
No, but it's just PG-13.
Oh, okay.
Right? We didn't go R.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, Jack 5-6, Velt King Deuce versus Ilani's 9-7, which turns into a gut shot straight draw.
This does seem like it'll be a tricky pot for him to win. The King Deuce obviously very much not interacting with this board. Even if Ilani doesn't decide to bet straight away, I don't know how many turns Velt will feel comfortable firing.
There's a little 300K and take it for Ron. His resilience. Getting some enthusiasm from his rail. 9-5 suited in the small. In comes the call. 10-7 off for Andrian. What was that?
Yeah, it's interesting watching the players' body language after they look at their cards, how their posture sometimes changes. In this case, Ilani looked and immediately leaned back. Or maybe it was after he threw the chips and he leaned back. But in any case, we have a little something for everyone here.
Yeah, it's going to be a gut shot straight draw and backdoor clubs on an 8-7-4 rainbow board for Ilani, who speaks first. Andrian with a pair of 7s. Won't be looking for the muck.
Yeah, let's see what type of turn card we get, and if Ilani will feel compelled to continue firing.
10 does provide another path to a straight for Ron, but it gives Andrian 10s and 7s.
Yeah, it's a pretty unlucky card for Ilani. It seems like this is going to be one of the more desirable turn cards to continue firing on. Not just because it's an overcard, of course, but also, as you noted, that open-ended working for him. He is going to fire in, looks like $1,075,000. Yep.
That's chunky in relation to his remaining stack here, Chewy, and we know Andrian's not going to be going anywhere. Backdoor diamond draw and the coordination of that board leave us more inclined to put a raise in here with 10s and 7s, or do we just flat and allow things to take shape? There's your answer.
Yeah. He's going to end things right now. And, you know, it is possible that had he called, Ilani would fire the rest off on a blank river. It is kind of the ideal hand to be doing so. No diamonds in that 9-5. No showdown value. But it is very understandable. Andrian looking to get maximum value before the board gets more coordinated, because any diamond, any 5, 6, 9, or jack, any 8, there's a lot of cards he doesn't want to see on the end.
Yep, equity denial. Quite content to take that one down, and all the work that Ilani had kind of put in trying to chisel his way northbound, a lot of it undone. And that
I'm here with our current chip leader, 3 people left in WSOP Europe main event. Simone, how does it feel to... You're unstoppable, it seems like.
Yeah, it feels obviously good. I mean, we are pretty deep, so it's going to be still, I mean, a lot to do and a lot of poker to play. So, yeah, we will see what's going to happen.
If you could choose which one who would you like to play the heads up against, who would you choose?
I don't know, really. I don't want to say, like, I mean, I respect both players. I play more, for sure, with the Ulmo, because we play online. But, yeah, I mean, 2 good players, so whatever.
Awesome.
I mean, for it, first, I have to make it heads up. Then,
Sure. Awesome. Thank you so much and good luck.
well, short and sweet exchange there with Carlencho from Simone Andrian. During the break.
I was going to mention, you know, while Ilani did lose a lot of the ground he had gained in that last hand with his 9-5, I think he made a pretty reasonable decision. He just kind of ran into it. We can imagine many other holdings that he could have been facing that would have folded to that turn bet.
Yeah, he doesn't know he ran into it, but at the end of the day, the proposition was never good enough for naked 9 high.
Yep.
Suited king on the button, however. This is worthy of participation. He will min raise.
For purple.
Ace for Urmo.
Yeah, it's interesting, Ilani's choice here initially between shoving and raising to a smaller size. Both players covering by so much. He did just go for the raise. He would have gotten called had he shoved, and he was able to get out of the way.
Able to limp fold, but obviously not thrilled with that outcome.
The rich get richer.
Indeed. And of course, we know this is product of quantitative easing in many of the World Banks. Printing of money in an unlimited way. What could go wrong?
What could go wrong, my friend?
Chewy?
All in.
Well, in this case, no more additional chips are coming into play, right?
No. No, we have a finite economy in that regard. Sort of like Bitcoin.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, we have Queen Jack and Velt kind of providing Ron with an opportunity here in a manner that I don't think anybody has thus far. 7-8 offsuit. He just jammed against Ron now. He's flopped himself a two-way straight draw against top pair. Ron is looking relaxed for the time being. A 5 or a 10 would really ruin that. 4 on the turn, and we just need to fade an actual 7 outs. 5 of clubs already gone. And 1 pair of 7s isn't going to cut it. So Ilani showing his resilience.
Yeah, that's got to feel good because 1 more double up and he's really kind of got some firepower again.
Heading over to his rail.
Always good to share in these enjoyable moments with friends and family. And Velt's pretty unfazed by that. Oh. And speaking of potential firepower, Ilani's about to look down at the absolute number 1.
Pocket aces, fresh off the double.
Sliding,
loaded for bear.
Sliding over in his seat and just going for a coy limp. Let's see, will Andrian decide he wants to apply some pressure here with his queen 3? He does, raising it up, 750 if you do. And for Ilani, of course it's easy to say when we see the cards, but my goodness, would it be smooth to just call here and extract more value after the flop.
Would it not ring alarm bells for Andrian?
I don't think so, and he does go for it, Ali.
Oh, this is a bit sexy.
This is great. And the reason I don't think this is so alarming for Andrian is because Ilani has played in a way so far which would indicate that he's not unwilling to take flops with somewhat speculative holdings. So many suited hands, potentially some connectors, could well fall into this range. Andrian obviously not connecting with this Jack-Jack Deuce 2 club board except for that Queen of Clubs.
Doesn't stop him from following through in the face of a check from Ron. 550 the figure, and so far these aces have been played to perfection.
And the question, of course, is do we want to call or do we want to raise? Aces not really needing that much protection. But if we call, what kinds of hands are we representing that we may have? He does just go for the call. Some hands with a single club spring to mind. King high.
Very innocent looking card.
Could be a card that hits Ilani. He has to have something to call the flop. I would say flush draws would be somewhat apt to fast play. Andrian not falling for it, just checking behind. And a third club does fall. And now for Ron, does he seek value or does he continue to trap? You can see him, he does continue to trap. And Andrian not falling for it even a little bit.
Oh,
Ooh.
yeah. And that's the moment we realize that there was a hook in the water.
There sure was. And very nicely done there. Gaining a bit of momentum himself.
Peanut gallery starting to interact.
Yeah.
Queen 10 offsuit for Andrian as Ilani will sit this one out. Velt with the check back. Jack 6 of hearts will square off. 750 in the middle. Ace 9, 7. Really nothing worthy of note.
Yeah, 2 diamonds on board. None in either player's hand. Andrian with the 2 overcards. Velt holding some of the cards that Andrian would need for his backdoor straight. Does just check it back. Andrian turning second pair.
Yeah, already had the best hand. Note that the gut shot has now become available for Velt.
Indeed. And Andrian just checking again, which is sensible. And perhaps he will be able to extract some chips from Velt here with this turn gut shot. A lot of king and queen high holdings that Andrian could have, which Velt may consider to target, but he doesn't. And now, how does Andrian want to proceed? He does go for a big bet, and we've seen this a couple times already, Ali, on the river in these limped pots, blind versus blind.
It is a bit of a trademark. 1.5x here. He's gone all the way up to 2x.
Yes.
On some occasions. Every time he's had the best hand, though.
Good point.
Neither occasion did he show down, though, Chewy, and so that's something these guys are unaware of, and you wonder who will be the first to get curious and take a peek.
Right. And Velt's jack high here, not really enough of a hand to consider calling with. But it is funny, Velt chose a very similar line himself against Ilani a bit earlier where he was bluffing. So a bit of a pause to consider, but ultimately releasing, wisely so. It'll be interesting to see if at any point we get one of those big river bets in a check down, limped pot, and we see a raise. Velt now with ace-jack suited in the small blind.
Plenty of hand.
Certainly.
Call, sorry.
Just limping in. And Ilani with ace-queen. This is going to be costly. For one of the players, at least.
Yeah. We saw him get cute with aces as a limper from the small blind versus Andrian. I'm not sure being cute is what's on his mind here, as he is reaching into the brown pile along with some purples. Three bet, rather a raise to 800,000, given the limp from Urmo, and this is really what he wanted to see.
Yeah, definitely. I imagine Urmo's going to just put the rest in. A hand as strong as ace-jack suited, blind versus blind. We're sub 25 bigs here. Maybe he goes for... Wow, he does go for something cute.
2.2. The 3-bet, not jamming, but I don't think he's folding either if Ilani were to come over the top of this, right? This is kind of a committing decision we've made.
Absolutely, yeah. And I think Ilani will be pretty likely to come back over the top. Some of these spots can be tricky where you feel like your opponent's not bluffing. But of course, ace-queen is a lot of hand.
So, Ilani does announce all in. Velt does call and take the worst of it. A 7-3 favorite is Ron, hence the smile.
Yeah. And this is a bit of a cooler blind versus blind at this stack depth. Two hands this strong. And if Ilani can hold Ali, he will narrow the gap significantly between himself and these two other players.
5-8-10, really nothing to worry about here. Ilani's got the ace of diamonds. He's got the better ace high. Just looking to dodge the jack. He does that on the turn, as Velt doesn't pick up any sort of straight draw. Now, just one card separates us from 12 million in our stack, and that will work.
Wow, nicely done for Ron Ilani.
Very much so.
2 double ups, a nice pot with those aces, and he's back up to almost 50 big blinds.
5.8.
Obviously, considering that Ilani's departure would be tethered to a 264,000 euro pay jump, his resilience is going to be a little annoying to the other two.
Absolutely.
I want to say that that was along the lines of the most significant blow that we've seen dealt to Velt's stack in a very long time.
That's a great point, yeah. I mean, losing a 12 million chip pot is losing a 12 million chip pot.
Yep.
It may be one of the largest pots of the tournament so far.
Certainly of this final table, as we see Ilani's limp with the king jack, turning into top pair here.
And Andrian on a very similar board texture just a bit earlier folded a 9-deuce suited with a backdoor flush draw. But here he deems his queen high and backdoor straight draw to be a bit stronger and chooses to continue. As we can see, he's going to have a very tough time winning this hand.
Yeah, now it's going to be an impossible time, barring a fold from Ilani, which seems quite improbable for the time being. Ron, by the way, let out on the flop now, checks the turn.
Understandable procedures. The 5, a card that could well be in Andrian's range, and not minding keeping in a hand like Queen 8, which is drawing dead as we see. Perhaps extracting some chips from a bluff. Oh, just checking again though, and then Andrian happy to show down his queen high. And happy not to even have the opportunity to lose any more chips, really.
Again, I kind of point to the idea that those are tough bucks to come by. Those Andrian chips. In spite of the level of activity that we've seen from him, I still maintain that Urmo Velt has been the most active player. Perhaps unexpectedly, given the lack of the chip lead, but facts.
Yep.
Look at the chip counts at present. 50 bigs is no laughing matter, Chewy, and that's a guy who at one point was sub 20.
Yeah, absolutely. I think he even had less than 15 for a little while. Now he's got Jack 5 suited on the button. And deems it playable, which I would certainly agree with. And Velt with Queen 8. I believe we'll see him play this hand. You know, we haven't seen a whole lot of aggression from the big blind with 3 bets. And while Queen 8 is probably not the exact choice, it'll be curious to see if any of these players do decide to activate in any of these cases.
Well, are they more inclined to do that now than they were when Ilani's stack was far leaner in terms of the ICM pressure not being as much of a thing?
Yeah, it's a good question. There's definitely merits in both cases, but now he does have more to lose. So certainly applying some pressure at times will be a sensible choice.
Pair of fives for Ilani as the check with queen 8 high. Seems quite sensible. Now, Ron reaching out and touching a c-bet.
And Velt does have a decent hand here. Decent being used somewhat loosely, but, you know, 3 to a straight flush and 2 overcards. He does agree and will come with the call. I like this play. Could maybe consider a raise, but it is a bit dicey. Now Ilani turning him dead with jacks up. The presence of a second spade as well. 2 flush draws on board. We see Ilani coyly glancing at the turn card, moving his eyes around a bit, peeking over at Velt. Have to imagine he is absolutely thinking about hoping for fireworks. And he puts in, it looks like a very big bet here. 2.5 million is that?
A lot of purple, and indeed, we're approaching full pot with jacks up.
And of
Queen
course,
8, no excuse to continue.
Yeah. And another nice pot for Ron. Up to 14 million now. When you're hot, you're hot. What do you think of this hot hand, kind of basketball momentum idea that shows up in poker? You can feel it, right? It's in the air sometimes.
You mean like hot seat kind of thing? Like all of a sudden the player is...
They're just walking on water. They're just winning every hand.
And
Things
not
are just
necessarily the
going their
product
way.
of just like the deck hitting them, but just...
Well, it's kind of all of it, in
Okay.
a way. It's hard to sometimes identify exactly what it is that's contributing, but it certainly contributes to confidence, right?
100%. I do think also that the more your opponents espouse that kind of perception or philosophy, the more self-fulfilling
Good point.
it becomes, right?
Yeah.
So if people don't believe in that, then you're not really going to be able to get away with it in the same
That's
fashion.
a good point. So perhaps it can be used to Jedi mind trick people.
You know, I'm not a Jedi myself, Chewie.
That's a lie. You've just lied to me in front of all of our friends and family watching along.
I did. I didn't. Where's my certificate? When did it happen?
It's written in your heart, Ali.
Okay.
I would ask what color your lightsaber is, but I already know that might raise the rating on this broadcast once again. I can't stand to do that to either of us. As Velt takes a stab here.
That was a good bit of refrain that you exhibited.
Thank you.
It's just, let's leave my lightsaber out of this. You know what I mean? It's kind of... I didn't know it lit up, by the way. I've never found that button. That'd be a cool party trick.
That it would be. That would be tremendous.
What was that? The South Park movie where Saddam and Satan were in bed together?
I have not seen that, but it sounds funny.
Hey, Satan. Ace-4 for Ron. He's going to play it as a limp. As things have gotten a little cagey.
Yeah, they have.
I don't know that they were, you know, the wheels were coming off at any point, but it does feel like some tension.
Well, Andrian is continuing to do his thing.
Yeah, no sooner do I say that than 10-4 offsuit decides to take issue with it. 875 in total.
And Ilani certainly not going anywhere. Again, kind of a choice between call and raise. Typically, we've seen more passive approaches with these playable hands, which is exceedingly reasonable, but it's worth noting. Again, so soon into the day, I'm just rooting for action again, and here we're going to see it. What is the announcement? 2.65 million. Very nicely done. Completely eliminating the chance of that 10-4 blowing him off of his hand after the flop.
He was always doing well.
Yeah. A little bit of a finger wag.
Interestingly, though, there's a data point of limp call with aces.
Right.
So when the limp 3-bet comes in, we sort of ask ourselves, where is Ron in his range?
Right. But worth noting that when he did limp call with those aces, he had roughly a third as many chips as he has now. So it makes more sense to trap with these lower stacks. The shorter the stack, the easier it is to get those chips in after the flop.
I hear you.
Andrian now with his 10-8 offsuit in the small blind. Against Ormo, deciding to raise it up. And Velt with ace-jack suited, of course, going nowhere. The first time I believe we've seen Andrian raise in the small blind against Velt. I would presume we just see him call here, not wanting to bloat this pot too much. He agrees.
Yep. Always want to proceed with caution when we're up against the only player out of our two opponents that can send us packing, and how disastrous it would be if we face that sort of outcome. Queen 7-6, not what we had in mind with ace-jack of diamonds after defending. Andrian, on the other hand, does have a gut shot straight draw and control of the betting.
Yeah. No heart in hand. Will he choose to keep up the aggression? It looks like the answer is yes. And my goodness, that's a large bet. He has chosen to bet 3 million straight away into a pot of 2 million. And, you know, we talked about these two players not playing any big pots against each other so far. Now, Velt doesn't have a particularly strong hand, but my goodness, this pot could easily get bloated very quickly if a call comes in. And Velt not quick to release. He does eventually let it go, though, and a very nice takedown for Andrian.
Yeah, coming with that upsized stuff that we've seen on a few occasions from him. And on each of those occasions, he has taken the pot.
Yes, he has. Great execution.
You know, it's interesting. You might be tempted to think that sort of an opportunity is available right now to anybody who decides that they want to hit the gas. Just given some of what we've observed and the fruitful nature of the occasions on which Andrian has gotten a more aggressive, kind of working out for him. But I don't think Velt and Ilani are the ones, so to speak.
Right.
You know what I mean? That are suddenly just going to pack it in and step out of your way.
Completely agree.
Clear the path.
And it's rare that you get players this deep in the tournament that are willing to just kind of roll over and, you know, effectively play dead so you can have your way with them.
Right. Eight-5 and Queen 7 suited. Squaring off here. Straight draws in both camps. Advantage Velt in that regard.
Well, he's got the open-ender, but the lesser high card. Ilani, I'm sure, would love to have a club working for him with this Queen 7.
Sure. Urmo's check in this limped one pre leaves Ilani reaching and firing. That's not going to end things.
And will Velt just call this bet, or will he choose to raise with his open-ender with a shot to the nuts with a 7? I have a feeling a raise isn't coming. It is. 1.6. And now for Ilani. Does he want to stick around with just this gut shot?
Really nice find here from Urmo, by the way.
Absolutely. You can see Ilani a bit pained, kind of feeling like, why did you do that, man?
Yeah.
That's kind of a good board for me.
I think you can live with his choice to barrel. Obviously, lack of a club on board ain't the greatest, but Urmo just not willing to take the passive line there.
No, absolutely not.
Granted, he limped in pre, but once he picked up all that equity, he was going to force it upon Ron.
Yeah. And in all of these altercations that we've seen so far where players are applying pressure, we haven't yet seen multiple streets of aggression leading to a large river bluff. But it always looms. There's always a possibility for it.
Certainly.
And Urmo is back at it with an ace-10 offsuit on the button. Ilani with queen-10 himself, also offsuit in the small blind. Does he want to play this hand, and if so, how?
Well, he's reaching for chips, and he is going to flat.
Andrian uninterested with his queen-6.
Yeah, price is nice, but that's about it.
Yep.
Deuce 4-7 board. Not in either zip code here. Has the Broadway combos.
Both players with the heart. Both in hand, and they have heart as players. And Velt just checks it back.
Now flush draw acquired for
Yes.
both parties as the deuce pairs. Courtesy of no betting on the flop.
And it certainly would make sense for Ilani to bet out here and look to apply some pressure to ace high. Obviously, we see that Velt will be going nowhere with the ace of hearts in hand. Betting out for 900, roughly 60% of the pot.
Nut flush draw is not going to be going anywhere.
Yeah, and Velt probably feeling pretty good about this situation. Not just the fact that he's drawing to the relative nuts, and oh my, is he feeling good, or is he raising it up to 3 million?
Not unlike what we saw last time these two tussled. Urmo saying, I don't want to take the passive line here. I have tons of equity.
Yeah, a subtle gulp there. Ilani again feeling like, what is going on? It's a rare spot to get raised. Obviously, your man is not really going to have a deuce all that often. The representation here is a flush, and Ilani with just queen high does let it go. We can, of course, see he was in a world of hurt, but, you know, his opponent was dancing around a bit. And a very nice pot indeed.
Yeah, aggression has been rewarded on a second occasion there from Urmo, and Ilani the victim.
So after last orbit where Andrian activated in a big way with his 10-8, he just chooses to limp in with a 3-4. Wisely so. Velt picking up a monster.
Pocket queens. Being taken under advisement. And this is the opponent against whom I anticipate more of that passive side of the spectrum. Perhaps not pre-flop here as he seeks to narrow range.
Yep.
But Andrian just check folding.
Wow. He didn't give him back, Ali. 2 queens yet again.
Back to back.
Same suits, I think?
Don't adjust your screen. I didn't clock the suits, but I don't think he cares about all of that right now. More so, he just cares about how can I get the most out of Ilani, who he has gotten the better of.
Yeah, and continuing to rise. Oh, my goodness.
El Clasico emerges here. Ilani loves to see 850 in front of him. We're going to be going north.
Yeah.
3-bet inbound.
It's going to take a lot for all the money not to get in here. As we see a relatively quick 3-bet to 2.55 million.
Yes, we do. And of course, 2 queens loves this
How
development.
much you have total? Like,
And for Velt, does he want to just shove? Or is he going to make another smaller 4-bet, somewhat in line with what we saw with the limp raise earlier when he had ace-jack suited? These smaller click raises can be very effective if you think, for example, Ilani is willing to 5-bet all in with a weak holding that he wouldn't be calling a shove with. It also opens up opportunities for bluffing in future situations. The wheels are turning.
I don't think that they're turning with regards to maybe different decisions other than 4-betting being taken into consideration, although this feels like we're trying to travel a path of 5-bet all-in induction from Ilani more so than anything else.
Absolutely.
And as we can see, Ilani does have a candidate on his hands.
And he does, of course, shove.
Yep, and when
at
the
a
snap
quick
call comes in, you know, best case scenario, it's another ace-king, I would imagine. Velt got exactly what he wanted.
Yeah, and just like this, Ilani finds himself in a 24 million chip pot. And if Velt is to win this, not only will he eliminate Ilani and get heads up, but he'll take the chip lead.
Well, not lost on these boys is the equity of this exchange here. Just a little apartment, you heard them say. Your average, everyday poker hand, this is not. And a good board it isn't either. For the ace-king, 4-4 jack, queens, can taste it. 3-1 favorite with 2 to come. The turn is faded.
The queen no good for that Broadway gutty.
Yep. Only the ace or king will do it. 6 pure outs for Ron Ilani to stick around. Can he find them? No!
good game, man. Nice run.
And a very well-fought battle by Mr. Ilani. He has a lot to be proud of. And a big sigh of relief for Mr. Velt.
The deal is not allowed in... But you don't want? No?
I know he's not allowed here. And
I looked on the side events they had, like on the bracelet events deals, but maybe not in this one?
No, I'm really sure that none
Well, Ilani has yet to vacate the premises as Andrian and Urmo have a chat about what their intentions might be. 590,000 euros added to the career totals for Iran, but there will be no bracelet.
And then there were 2.
So Urmo and Simone are going to take about a 10-minute break before they lock horns heads up for the bracelet and 1.3 million euros. Chewy and I are going to step aside. Stay close. More coverage coming your way in just a few.
I'm here with our third place finisher, Ran Ilani from Israel. How do you feel right now?
Yeah, I feel great. Making a deep run in the main event, finishing second. I didn't want to win it anyway. I was just looking for set the whole way, so it was perfect.
The final hand was kind of a classic, ace queen again. Queens against ace king.
Yeah, I mean it's a classic. It's like the most classic flips, but you know, flipping for a lot of money, I guess, in those big pots. But that's how poker goes. I was very, very, very fortunate to get here. I obviously run good like all the other gentlemen at the final table. And I'm just enjoying the moment and appreciating it. I enjoyed every minute of it.
Awesome, man. Congrats on your deep run.
Thank you so much.
Hope to see you again.
Well, we're back. Tournament director Andy going through the particulars as the stage is set. It'll be just north of 40 million. As you heard, for Urmo Velt, who has taken the chip lead here, heading into heads-up play against Simone Andrian. Estonia versus Italy for all of the marbles. Guaranteed payout of 854,000 euros, and they're basically playing a 450K freeze-out right now. That's the difference between second and first.
And this should be a pretty exciting heads-up match with 2 players this talented. As we can see right off the bat, we're going to play a little 3-bet pot. Velt raising with his 10-8 suited, Andrian activating with his Jack-7 suited. And we're deep stacked here, Ali.
Very deep stack. We could be here a while. 60-minute levels now, heads up. But
and 140 big blinds deep, are they?
I mean, and just really not the type of characters that have much flammability to their stacks.
And Andrian flopping Gin here, top pair and a flush draw. Velt, of course, nothing really to speak of with his 10-8.
Yeah, it's going to make it tough for Simone to get any value here in this first exchange.
Although he does bet very small. 15% of the pot or thereabouts. Will Velt feel any compulsion to continue in this hand? He does have...
The bet isn't big, as you mentioned, but the proposition isn't great either for Urmo on this texture. Oh, wow. And no sooner do I talk about these guys maybe not being the 2 characters that are going to allow for big pots, more so on the cobbler, chiseler side of the operational spectrum, than Urmo Velt says, I'm going to ask a little question here and find out what's what.
I think he's asked a big question.
Fair. As he made it 5 million, and this is not what he wanted to see.
Yeah, you see him purse his lips there a little bit. That's a sinking feeling. The ace, an interesting turn card. Velt can't really be too expected to hit this ace. Maybe the nut flush draw. A hand like ace-jack certainly makes sense. But he's really got a whole lot of nothing here, Ali.
And as such, he does check back. Board pairing 6. Andrian's kicker improves, even though he doesn't find the heart he would have preferred. This is not exactly a poor sight for his holding.
Yeah, I agree. It's not really very likely Velt is going to have a 6 in this situation. And Andrian is going to just go ahead and bet right out. Putting out the same 5 million that Velt raised to on the flop, around a third of the pot. Is there any world in which Velt can continue in this hand? I don't really see how. Calling seems ambitious. Raising seems very ambitious.
And all that ambition comes to a quick close.
1-7, I made just 7.
Oh,
misclick there.
Interesting.
Confession from Simone, which actually ended up working out in his favor, because if he had bet the 1.7 that he says he intended to, then maybe we don't end up raising to 5 million.
Absolutely.
Well, you know things are going well for you when your misclicks prove profitable.
Oh, it's tremendous.
It's not usually the case.
Right? Andrian folding his 9-3 offsuit. Velt had a jack-7 suited of his own this hand.
Well, if you had to pick someone right now, Chewy, just based on everything that we've seen, the stacks are relatively level. Who do you like and why?
Great question. I would love to know if either of these players have particularly rich heads-up experience. You know,
Simone's an online crusher, and Urmo doesn't strike me as a man who's light on experience.
I really like Andrian's game. I kind of am partial to him, but it's in no way an insult to Velt.
Who, by the way, has 142,000 in career live earnings. Best live cash prior to this was 54K. And neither of these guys with a good hand pre-flop, but the 5 deuce of hearts has turned into a flush draw on the king high board. Andrian checking over.
Sure has. It is interesting, just the previous hand, Andrian released his 9-3 offsuit on the button, first in, and we see Velt this time playing 7 deuce, kind of indicating that he'll be playing every single hand dealt to him, which is a common strategy with this large big blind ante in a heads-up format, as Andrian peels one off with his 5 high hearts. And now he's got 5 hearts. Velt with a flush draw to a higher flush.
Yeah, oddly enough, that 7 of hearts is drawing live. Andrian checking once more.
And I would imagine we see another bet coming in here. But he does check it back, and now he has improved to the best hand.
4th heart on the river. Andrian doesn't expect that his hand's no good.
Oh,
and
no.
he does bring out 700,000, and Velt absolutely snap folding there. Didn't give it a second thought whatsoever, Chewy.
Surely he misread his hand, Ali. Given everything we've seen so far, this is not a player who's immediately folding a flush.
I'm a little bit breathless at that one.
I'm more than a little bit breathless. I feel for this man.
It's not impossible that he just overlooked the presence of a heart in his hand, especially given the size of the hearts on the board. That 7 of hearts actually performed a lot better than it might on other textures.
Absolutely. I think he had the 4th nuts.
Yikes.
So Velt on the heels of a likely misstep.
The thing is, if he doesn't realize it was a misstep, then he's not going to be affected by it. So there is some ignorance is bliss element to this. He does 3-bet the king 3 suited, appropriately enough, given the domination of king 8 of diamonds from 600 up to 2.8.
And I don't believe Andrian will fold this, and he may even come in for a 4-bet. Oh, he does fold it. Okay, fair enough. I thought with this depth of stack, a suited king would be content to defend against a 3-bet. But it was a very large 3-bet.
I gotta tell you, if you would have given me the first few pages, I gotta tell you, if you would have given me the first few pages of this heads-up script, and expected me to extrapolate everything that took place from 6-handed down to this point, out of those two camps, to this kind of story, I wouldn't have arrived here.
Yeah, I think the gloves are off though, Ollie.
A little bit. Not because there's some sort of personal beef that's being settled, but just heads up, these guys shifting into a different gear. Appropriately, obviously, because heads up is a different animal to all other variants.
Yeah. This is a gentleman's game, but it's a battle.
That it is. Nine, 6 deuce rainbow, top pair for Velt. Action checked over.
So many interesting and widely different creative heads-up strategies exist. It'll be really fun to see how these two players approach different situations relative to one another. As we can see, Velt choosing a roughly half-pot bet here on this somewhat connected middly card board with no flush draw. And Andrian happy to call with his 2 overcards for that size.
So another 1.4 into the middle. The ace rolls off. Simone checks once more.
Quite easy for Andrian to have an ace here. Nevertheless, plenty of other holdings, be it a pair of 6s, deuces, or a king high like he has. Not to mention all the straight draws on board. Will Velt seek additional value, and if so, for what size? So he will be doing just that in the form of 1.4 million. So again, around half pot. And for Andrian, he still beats all the bluffs, but drawing dead against an ace, he does release.
And also, when you make that call, you really got to expect that there's going to be a reasonable frequency with which your opponent is going to come off the gas on the end. And if you can't expect that, then that's a turn call that's an exercise in futility.
Right, absolutely. Yeah, it was a good fold, and it was a quick fold.
But was it a good quick fold?
It was both of those. It was indeed.
10-9 suited now for Andrian. He likes it.
A quick raise with a good hand here.
Far from a good hand for Urmo. He'll sit this one out.
Yep.
Onwards to the queen 8 off on the button. I'm sorry, Chewy.
Oh, I was going to say, you've had the pleasure of sitting in on a few of my heads-up matches. I'm excited to be here with you to observe one together.
Yeah. Second straight day of commentary.
Yeah.
Wasn't all that long ago that you were in the Poker Go studio and made it known that if an opportunity presented itself, you'd love to hop into the booth, which came as a bit of a surprise to me. I didn't know you had that interest at all. And so
I love hanging out and chatting about poker.
When the folks over at GG mentioned that they wanted me to maybe tap some lesser-known voices from the booth for this particular assignment, I confess that the universe sort of brought you to my doorstep. I'm sitting inside of a salon getting a haircut, and I'm staring out the glass, and in the parking lot, Chewy just innocently walks right past me as I'm literally thinking about who should I call for the last 2 days. And here you are.
Life has a way of working its situations out like that, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Again, we saw Andrian fold 9-5 offsuit there. I do believe he will struggle a bit against a player who's playing all of their buttons if he's folding some of them, just by virtue of the fact that more of the pots that he plays, he's going to end up being out of position for. As we see Velt shooting it up with 10-4 off, and Andrian quickly defending his 8-5 offsuit.
1.5 million in the middle.
You ever play any games over the years, Ali, where you play somebody's mucked cards?
No, I've threatened to do that sometimes because some guy's so tight that I'm like, this has got to be good.
Yeah.
10-6 tray here. Velt might be thinking top pair's got to be good. It is so much hand heads up. Action checked in front. Barrel and take it, sir. I mean, when you consider that no matter how accustomed to a deep run in a tournament or success, as we see kings for Simone on the button, that both of these guys are, they are playing the biggest match of their careers.
Certainly so.
Chewy. I don't know what the lobby looks like on today's online poker apps, but I don't think that there's any 450K euro freeze out tables, you know, where one guy's just waiting for someone else to register. Right. I think that's a little bit rich. Not so rich. 10 high on this ace-7 deuce board. Some backdoor prospects. Let's see whether or not they'll be hunted. No. Staying away from the weeds there is Velt.
Yeah, and he would have been in a bad way hunting that backdoor flush draw.
Yeah, you're right about that.
I've always really liked heads up for many reasons, one of which is you get to play a lot of hands.
Mm-hmm.
And it's also so interesting because of how many hands you and your opponent can have in any situation,
mm-hmm.
and how you decide to tell those stories and set the stage and the tone for the future hands.
Sure.
As we see a lot of interaction between these two hands.
Yep. Andrian defending against the Velt open and flopping 2 overs. Gut shot straight draw, one of the 10s that he hunts busy across the way. And attached to the opener pre, who's got king high for the best hand and an open ender checking back, perhaps disguising the strength of this now jack high straight. Andrian with top pair, never a second thought, just checking it over. Nice and tidy thus far.
And Velt has a lot of incentive to hunt value here, which he does with 40% of the pot in the form of 600K. 2 flush draws on board, of which he has none of the cards of. As we see Andrian going nowhere with top pair and a gut shot.
1.2 more into the middle. 10 is what Andrian needed. Instead, he looks up at a king. Checks again. 2.7 in there. How greedy will Velt get? It'd have to be relatively small, I would imagine, for Andrian to be calling here, or is the nature of the fact that no spade, no club came off? Andrian blocking, of course, both of those flush draws in his hand.
Yeah.
Maybe make for us to try to position this as some sort of busted bluff?
Well, as I mentioned, the ranges heads up are so wide. Oh, he does go with a pretty small bet here.
Oh, and the size feels like it's in range for a call.
The udder once again being ushered forth.
Yep.
So the types of hands he could hope to see are the flush draws, as you mentioned. Even a bare queen is possible. We've seen Velt be pretty aggressive from the button so far, raising a hand as weak as 10-4 offsuit.
He does get called.
850.
And Simone
Very understandable from both parties.
Yeah, he gets juiced for 850 there.
Even a hand as weak as a 6, sort of the under straight draw that activates when the jack comes. There's a lot of hands that could be bluffing.
You kind of take the smaller pairs out of the equation.
Yeah.
In that spot, as played, I would imagine they expect showdown value, so the polarity, I think, playing a part.
I do agree there. And I would say that those smaller pairs probably won't even bet on the turn, protection not really being as desirable as seeking showdown. And my goodness, Ali, this guy is on fire with his starting hands.
Aces for Simone.
And Velt happy to tag along with this 6-4.
350K investment. I might take the under on happy. But,
Well,
you know, willing.
Willing, yeah, content.
Maybe not so much on a 9-8 deuce board. Simone does not have a spade. Let's see if that factors into a decision to c-bet versus maybe extend some rope.
Hefty bet coming out from those aces, and Velt, of course, nothing to do with unders to the board.
Why, it's been a back and forth affair. Neither party really breaking away from the other.
Yeah, and if these first 10 or so hands are any indication, it's going to be an action-packed heads-up match. See, Velt once again coming in for a raise with a pretty weak holding. And perhaps his strategy is to just kind of hammer raises in from the button. Andrian, I imagine, will adjust in short order when he sees some of these hands get shown down with a more aggressive 3-betting strategy, as Velt flops bottom pair on this somewhat coordinated and connected low card board.
Andrian checking over, trailing behind.
Velt choosing to bet around half the pot, and Andrian presumably not going anywhere with ace high just yet. And does continue in the form of a call.
The peel brings a board pairing 3.
Now these board pairing cards, particularly the middle card, is often one in which we will see the out of position player lead out on, due to the fact that once they've called the flop bet, it's not that hard for them to have a pair. He does do just that. And the intention here really is just to knock out unpaired hands from Velt's range that would be happy to check behind and realize some equity for free. You can see Velt kind of studying the situation. Andrian glancing up at his opponent.
Yeah, 750. Does get called here by the 3s and deuces with the jack kicker. Oh, and that's a very problematic card on the river if you're Velt and face a bet, which is not a given.
Yep.
Backdoor clubs and the 4-liner take shape.
Yeah, a pretty bad card for both players, and Andrian does kind of quickly shut it down. Velt happy to do the same, and he's going to win this one.
Yeah.
Andrian probably a lot more likely to take a stab at it if he were to have had a club in his hand.
Can we have a change, like, because we have every hand...
And wow, we are neck and neck here.
Maybe 1.5 million, something like that.
Like I said, it's a 450,000 euro freeze out.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Just an absolutely incredible thing to imagine. 768 players giving way to the final 2, and here they are with half the tournament chips apiece.
Playing heads up for a lot of money. So much fun.
You know, there's situations where I can imagine it's not that much fun.
Put me in, coach.
Yeah,
I'm ready for it.
you're ready for it, you know. But when the rail is just replete with people
Ali.
you owe money to or something like that.
Might I direct your attention towards our friend on the button? We've played like 15 hands. He's has kings twice and aces once.
You're turning green, Chewy, and I assume it's with envy?
No, I'm just shocked.
Sure.
I'm happy for him.
Rich part of the deck, definitely favoring him at this point. An ace-high board, perhaps favoring him as well as the pre-flop raiser, although as we know, heads-up ranges contain far more than just ace-x as a raise.
I check.
Velt uninterested with his 3 to a straight and king high.
Yeah, check folds quite quickly.
Kind of miss the good old days of, you know, a bustling lobby of heads-up players looking for action. 4 to 6 tabling the same opponent. Blasting music. Being a ambitious younger 20s poker pro.
What happened to you?
Well, any number of things. Went through a phase of being a hippie.
There's some residual hippiness.
Oh yeah, no, it's
For sure.
it's very much still there. It's just not as outwardly present.
Yeah.
I would say with the heads up lobbies, the games just got tougher.
Anytime you see 6 or 7 different guys not playing one another, but all sitting there waiting for somebody, those are probably not the guys you want to park your bones up against. As Adrian parks a pair of 9s on the turn, 4-liner on board. Velt with just the gutty and king high.
Yeah, and this is somewhat reminiscent of that situation we just recently saw play out when Velt had turned the straight with his king 10 on that 9-8-7 jack board. Textures of these boards very similar, and here we see without a straight he is indeed pretending, and Adrian going nowhere, of course.
Not believing. Also has a little equity.
And let's see if Velt will follow through here. This is kind of the type of holding I would have imagined he would have considered bluffing with in that last instance, but he does just give it up.
One and done. Delayed c-bet on the turn. And Simone pulls away a touch.
Yep. And I would guess that would have been a hard call for Simone to make with the king in hand, because you need to be able to identify what types of hands your opponent may be bluffing with, unless you get some kind of intuition, gut sense, the way those chips enter the pot, the vibe your opponent's giving you. Heads Up has a lot of this, right? It's a very fluid game.
Sure.
Poker in general, really.
These guys both strike me as the types who, in spite of what I have to imagine is very solid technical foundation carved up online, still have an appreciation for that intangible element that is a part of the live game, so much more so as their 2 queen 6s square off, 10-9 tray, 2 clubs.
I think all great players do. You can't sit around poker games for a long time and not develop some of that sixth sense. And Adrian's queen 6 inches out that of his opponent's. Of course, the backdoor flush draw and position, contributing factors. You know, it's funny. They are both choosing similar bet sizes and raise sizes, particularly pre-flop. I've always found that to be an interesting thing. Like, one guy chooses something, the other guy chooses it. There's sort of that implicit agreement.
Yeah.
I like to mix it up, though, and sometimes shoot out bigger raises and confuse them.
Just to break protocol?
Yeah. What is an imp?
Somebody who's mischievous.
Oh,
a pot
yeah.
stirrer of sorts.
Well, it takes one to know one.
Yes, very much so. King 6 deuce. Let's see whether or not Velt wants to stir things with a gut shot straight draw here.
Wow, I like that word, imp. And that's going to be the end of this hand.
700 and take it for Urmo.
How did you develop such a rich vocabulary for all of these unique words?
I want to say I was parked in front of a television set for way too long as a child. In front of maybe more adult programming than
that
I
checks
should have
out.
been.
That definitely checks out.
I've always loved the words thing. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Oh, totally.
Fight my battles with syllables.
Do you know other languages?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah?
3.
Oh, wow. Okay. That makes sense.
We're speaking poker here.
Yes, we are.
And at very high stakes. 600. Pushed back on by Velt's A7.
And I think we may see a bit more of this pre-flop 3-betting now that both players have announced themselves to more or less be raising the vast majority of their buttons. And of course, those 3-bets are exciting because when they get called, the pot swells significantly, and it's not that hard to see how many, if not all, of the chips go in. But not this time.
Nope. Back-to-back pickups there for Urmo. As they paw at one another and kind of jab, I am curious to observe what happens if all of a sudden we do get that little bit of a breakout from someone, if they attempt to kind of lean a little bit, maybe increase the raise sizes or, you know, step out a little bit more.
Or even just have a big pot go one way. There's certainly going to be a test at some point for one, if not both players. Suited 2-gapper and a weak queen.
King 7-4 rainbow. No, 2 clubs. Forgive me. Andrian very relevantly has flopped himself the flush draw.
No path to continuation, though, for Velt.
Ah, queen deuce is dust.
Yes, it is. Both players seeming pretty stoic thus far. Sometimes these heads-up matches can lead to jovial exchanges, but it's all business at the moment. As Velt takes a pot on the button with his queen 9.
So interesting, as I've spent more and more time commentating on a lot of the Triton Super High Roller Series, where players will often negotiate a reduction in blind level, you know, for staggering sums as well, you know, maybe not making a deal, just eager to get on to the next event.
Yeah.
Allowing players to just navigate things organically is a different sensation and an understandable one. I mean, the gravity of this cannot be overstated. In spite of the successes that these guys have both enjoyed to this point in their careers, this is just an absolutely monumental moment.
Certainly.
Andrian, a very breezy Jack 9 of diamonds on this board, but he does follow through, and a pair of fours I doubt is going anywhere. Check call of 750. No improvements for Simone on the turn. Urmo still checks.
The 10 was close, certainly in the neighborhood of that Jack-9. Does he want to try to apply some pressure? Looks like he does. Force out some draws that are stronger than Jack-High. And even a hand like King-4, right? We're again squarely in bluff-catching territory. This can be unpleasant.
We're also really unblocking all of the stuff that could have continued light.
That is true. And particularly when we see Andrian having activated on the flop with, as you wisely noted, a breezy Jack-9. These hands are in abundance on the turn.
Now that this 2 million has been check called, though, we do get the sense that maybe something a little stiffer than a naked draw lurks. 6 is not a great card for Simone's hopes.
True. However, let's see, is Velt having ideas?
Converting the 4s?
Maybe. I mean, if Andrian is bluffing on the turn, a 6 is a very reasonable hand to consider that he would do that with. Is Velt considering that his opponent has a 6 in range and that he would just check back? It looks like he is, Ali. That was impressive.
4 million, and yeah. Pretty astute.
And he may well have found himself facing another barrel, as it's not that easy to be bluffing in Andrian's shoes when the board develops that way.
Sort of beat his man to the punch there.
Yeah, certainly. Would have been interesting to see how Andrian responded had he had a pair.
10-8 suited for Urmo. Pretty one.
Yes, indeed. And this is how things started off. Ah, so he is increasing his raise size. Oh, the blinds are up.
700. The raise sizing. Andrian defends ace-ace-5. Dry texture. $500. The C-bet. Pot earned. Well, certainly hope that you are enjoying what will be the final throes of our World Series of Poker Europe coverage, where the grind is about to be off for one of these two in much finer fashion than the other. Ali Najad alongside Andrew Lichtenberger, Lucky Chewy, and thousands of you streaming us live on the World Series of Poker YouTube channel, as well as the King's Casino YouTube channel. And things could get a little live here as Andrian with an ace on the button takes it up. Velt, pocket eights, seeks loftier altitude. Pulling back on the yoke to 3.2 million.
And we saw Andrian with the King-3 suited earlier facing a hefty 3-bet that he released. Will he deem ace-8 enough of a hand to continue? Oh, he will indeed. Okay, I thought he was reaching for... Oh, he is reaching for a 4-bet. Those are million chips. Well, Ali, we have quite a pot developing.
4 scoops to 7.2 million. Another 4 milli demanded by Andrian. First time we've seen this.
Yeah, and it was interesting. Velt asked him if that was the size. And Andrian, you know, kind of just coldly staring down, nodded, and Velt shoving with those 8s, deeming them to be enough hand, and Andrian quickly releasing his ace-8. And that's a big pot.
Yeah, and credit to Velt for finding the ability to draw the curtain on it pre-flop instead of do something like flat and navigate awkwardness post.
Yeah. We do have to be careful with these types of 4-bets, or rather I have certainly been guilty of this in the past, it's very easy to overdo it. So many hands can fall into that category.
Talking about Simone with the ace-8?
Yeah. Not that hard to arrive in the situation where you faced a 3-bet with any old offsuit ace.
I assume you can get behind the way 2-8s behave there, though, right?
I can get behind both of it. Both of their plays for sure. Adrian not wasting any time. Getting back on the saddle with Queen-Jack offsuit, 3-betting to 2.8. And this is sort of what I had anticipated. As the players see that this dynamic is aggressive, there's sort of no way to proceed except to embrace it. And it's just a matter of who can do so more tactically and tactfully. Adrian bowing out with his 6-deuce.
Too far down in range to seek participation, it would seem.
He has certainly deemed it as such, yes.
And that's okay to have some part of the deck that just concedes on the button.
Sure. It is interesting, though. Velt is not approaching things in that same way. He's not folded any hands on the button so far that I've been witness to.
Yeah.
What's your favorite game to play heads up, Ali?
Wow. I mean, you know I'm a mixed game player.
I do.
Heads up. I mean, we play so many games. I kind of like Omaha 8 or better heads up as a flop game, and I like Deuce to 7 triple draw as a draw game.
Yeah, Deuce to 7 heads up is interesting. I've sweated quite a few of those online over the years.
Well, the ranges get so much wider.
Yes.
Could be said of anything heads up.
Right.
Ace-9 of clubs falls within range in a wide variety of setups. Certainly heads up. And Velt content with Ace-4 of diamonds to play it as simple defense. Neither player finds anything particularly attractive about the Jack-10 deuce board. Velt does straddle that deuce of diamonds.
Yeah, I don't think he'll be going anywhere just yet in the face of this C-bet. As you mentioned, the backdoor nut flush draw in a ring game is already something. And heads up, it can be quite nice. Oh, is he going for a raise? He is.
Now, this is a very interesting choice.
Certainly. And Adrian doesn't really have much ability to continue. The 9 in hand, interfering with draws. Not really a great hand to be calling a raise with, even if your opponent is semi-bluffing. As we saw there, he had Ace-4 in a bad way, but he can't know that.
No, not at all. No club on board, and just the bad side of a running straight draw.
Yeah.
In terms of the 9 interaction. And even though the board is wet and does contain some draws, we're just heading into the murky water in a spot like that, and doing so on the deep end of the pool at that price.
Oh, and Velt, by the way, does fold the button here with his 7-4.
So worthy of note, by the way, Chewy, we were talking about wanting to observe how things take shape if someone does break away, and Velt starting to knock on the door of a 2-1 chip lead.
Yeah, he certainly is. And you can see Adrian a little bit more subdued, in no way dejected, but kind of sitting back in his seat, taking a drink here. Perhaps just reflecting on what's transpired in this heads-up match. Both players hydrating on the heels of this next hand being dealt. I like the fact that they're playing quickly.
Yeah, getting more hands in. I
Yeah.
think it can be a little bit unbearable, not just in terms of soaking up coverage, but also in terms of being out there when one of the guys is really grinding things to a halt. And plenty of excuse to get speedy here for Velt. Pairing a flush draw. Happy to check over to what is a gut shot for Simone and a follow-through of 1.2 million.
Now, I in no way am making an assertion here, but based on the way we've seen Andrian play, I would have imagined that he would have strongly considered checking this kind of hand, just based on previous hands we've played and his general strategy going forward. Velt content to just tag along passively with his pair and a flush draw. No real need to raise, and he does make that flush straight away.
As a pair gets made by Simone, so pot up to 4.1 million. And Andrian doesn't know it, but he is drawing dead.
Velt staring with laser focus. Is he considering a lead? Looks like he is considering it. Will he do it? He will, Ali, and what a well-timed lead it is. As we can see, Andrian likely would have been very content to check behind.
Yeah, but will he be all right calling 1.5 here? He might perceive to have a decent amount of equity even without a heart in his hand.
Yeah, this is a tough spot. He is going to flick it in. He has a pair and a gutter. We don't love to put our opponent immediately on a hand that has us drawing dead. That jack is not a good card for him, though.
Especially if for some reason he decides to make some noise courtesy of a 9 of clubs in his hand.
Yeah. If Velt were to check here, Andrian may consider a bluff. Maybe. Velt has a really interesting situation after having bet out on the turn.
Well, there is no check. He's going to do his own bidding. 4 million the number into 7.
See Andrian kind of expressing quickly that he's not going to raise. This is a call or fold situation by the fact that he's kind of broken his poise. He does just let it go, and we are seeing a bit of a runaway here.
Yeah.
Of course, things are early. 80 big blinds still for the start of day chip leader, Andrian. A lot of ammunition to continue fighting with.
Well, here's a little bit of ammunition that perhaps I can employ to find further opportunities to drag you into the booth as opposed to let you get out there on the felt.
Okay.
Chewy, Jay Stevens in the chat as I'm scrolling back to get caught up. Says, Chewy's been a delight in the booth. Too bad he isn't worse at poker, so we can have him more often.
Well, thank you, Jay Stevens. You've complimented me twice there. That's very kind of you. Is there any effect people who come into the booth often have? Is it lucky? Is it unlucky?
You know...
Did we get better at poker hanging out with you, Ollie?
There was an interesting period of time where players who came in, I think it was specifically during the World Series and did a little bit of color commentary, would then make a final table.
Okay.
It was kind of a strange...
I'll roll with that.
...effect. But I can't suggest +1 correlation. Just, sometimes we observe the cabal.
Sure. Let's observe this hand. Andrian's going to be pretty happy to call this 3-bet, although, as it turns out, he's actually dominated.
Doesn't realize it. Suited connectors are the kinds of hand classes that we really do seek participation with. Maybe not at this price point, having ceded control of the betting and obviously of the chip lead as well in dramatic fashion. Simone does dig in, and that 3 of hearts is the only thing of interest to him. That said, it's not as though Velt is exactly swiping right here.
I've been in this situation before with a dusty hand on a board that's perceivably decent for my range. He's coming out with a small-ish bet, around a third of the pot. Adrian doesn't want to float. Kind of just too weak of a hand on a board with 2 Broadway cards.
And his woes continue here as the Urmo show rocks on.
Indeed.
Well, chat, as I've gotten caught up, I ask you, who are you rooting for? Are you on Team Italia? Team Estonia? Where are you streaming us from? Talk to us. Any questions for Lucky Chewy here? Love to get you involved and engaged. Love to see you press like and subscribe, by the way, as well, on this WSOP channel, which is absolutely going to be undergoing a revamp here.
Yeah, smash those buttons. Poker players are good at button clicking, right?
Well, good at is, well, they can click buttons.
They know how to click buttons.
Yes, yes. The physical
we know how to
process
click
is
buttons.
one they're familiar with. But
Yeah.
how profitably, that's always TBD.
Well, this has no downside, right?
No, we're free rolling in here.
Yeah.
King 4 of diamonds, deemed to have enough upside for an open. Velt now I think beginning to really get comfortable with this chip lead and perhaps seeking opportunities to start to lean a bit on Adrian. Granted, all he did was defend, but he is connecting with middle pair here. More than we can say
Certainly.
for Simone, who is c-betting.
And Simone does seem to be somewhat on the lesser side of the distribution of hands thus far. We are also seeing some aggression that, you know, I'll be honest, I wouldn't have expected given the style that we observed thus far. He seemed to be pretty content to play slightly more passively on flops. And Velt perhaps realizing some of that himself and just raising up middle pair straight away and taking it down. A bit of a grimace.
I gotta say, Simone has not shown himself to be as demoralized as perhaps one might anticipate. A guy who enjoyed the chip lead from, let's call it, late day 4.
Yeah.
No,
No,
top
start of day 4, yeah.
Start of day 4. And never let it go, might be experiencing, you know, as the Urmo show is really just being hammered into his stack. Could this be what the doctor ordered? Pocket tens.
Certainly.
Facing an open to 700.
Fold, fold.
3-bet and take it here. Do have a question in the chat from Jeremy M. Chewy.
Okay.
Asking whether or not you're going to be playing and or commentating at any of the Triton events. Says you've been great alongside in the booth.
Well, thank you, Jeremy. I have no immediate plans to go play any Triton events. I would love to, but travel's a bit tricky for me at the moment. Commentary, yeah, I don't know. I would love to do both.
Well,
I guess I
travel
can't
required
do both.
either way since we don't do remote
Right.
work. And I will say that Czar Rast, who was part of our broadcast team,
Yep.
he'll play an event at the front end or the back end, kind of moonlight.
Yeah.
A little bit. Kill 2 birds with 1 stone.
No, we don't kill birds, Ali.
Oh, yeah. Sorry about that.
That's okay.
It's a bit of an insensitive saying.
Yeah. To the man who is a proud owner of 2 doves. You know, Scott Seaver at one point suggested maybe him and I should team up to do Triton commentary.
Oh.
I was like, wow, Scott, really? I mean, that's tremendous. This is on the heels of me going to my first Triton series. I was like, I kind of want to play. I promptly lost many hundreds of thousands of dollars, and that would have been avoided had I just listened to my friend Scott.
Well, Velt. Gonna have to listen to 2.8, courtesy of Ace Jack. Not sure King 3 offsuit wants to provide an opportunity.
Any hand can bluff, though, Ali. Let's see if he decides.
Oh, hang on. You sniff something in the air, and all of a sudden the odor of 6.5 million occupies the final table. You saw the little hard swallow there?
Yep, yep.
From Andrian.
Nicely
Ace
spotted.
Jack in particular is that one.
This is dicey. You know, when Velt didn't immediately release such a poor hand, that kind of tipped me off a little bit. And Andrian just decides to call out of position. This is interesting. Stack to pot ratio right around 1. This flop is going to determine a lot.
Ace, Queen, 5. Andrian didn't come this far to step aside. Just north of 1 SPR. Let's see whether or not Velt wants to do the repping of that which actually lies across the way.
Yeah, and it's very interesting the way that, or the types of hands he would arrive at this decision point with. Obviously, we see he has a high card, low card, dusty offsuit holding. Sprinkling out 2 million. Andrian, of course, now needing to decide between wanting to call or raise. I anticipate passive play most of the time in these situations.
Is that a merge between treading lightly and also providing added opportunities for something airy to get itself in further trouble?
Yeah, definitely a combination of those two things.
Quick check as the 7 on the turn leaves King Tray drawing dead.
And for Velt to arrive at this point with a hand this weak, it would not shock me if he were to continue betting. Really any hand outside of the one that Andrian has, which of course is not that difficult to be holding, will find it difficult to continue.
4.5.
Does continue firing, Ali.
That difficulty is not on display here as he announces 4.5 million. And this is the first sign of forcing the issue that I'm observing from Velt. Not a critique, just an observation.
Totally. I mean, we all know this feeling. Things are going well. We just start to put our foot further down on the pedal. Andrian once again just continuing passively here. And of course, Velt has no outs. Can only win if his opponent folds.
Well, that is always an out. I'm not sure it's one that's available. Let's see what the river has in store. A jack and ace is up for Andrian. Nothing more than maybe that king being able to convince itself it's king 10 as played. King 10 of clubs, perhaps, although
a hard sell.
Very hard sell.
Things he may be thinking here are if Andrian had a suited ace, he doesn't go for it. He just gives it up. And wise choice indeed.
Yeah, white flag waved as Velt scuttles the ship. And that was a very important bounce off of the bottom, let's call it.
Oh, yeah.
For Simone Andrian, who had been reeling a little bit, kind of a by 1,000 cuts sort of process, too.
I imagine emotionally he was doing pretty well, but it was definitely noticeable that he had been slipping.
Mm-hmm.
Here we see a chip lead of a roughly 4-3 nature for Velt. Still both players over 100 big blinds, 113 effective to be exact.
And he'd do well to shake that one off.
Most definitely.
Both players sharing a 4 here. Advantage Andrian. Pre-flop raiser to 700. Along comes Urmo. King 8 tray. Rather hopeless looking board for Velt out of position. Let's see if the C-bet is on Simone's mind. Indeed it is.
And by the way, that big hand that just happened is a good reminder of how quickly things can change in heads up.
It's a great point.
Where you get dealt king 3 offsuit and all of a sudden you've invested 13 million chips.
To be fair, the wound self-inflicted, not to get results-oriented.
Yep.
There are those who maybe would not have provided that opportunity to Simone. I think there was a sense of momentum that was looking to be leveraged a bit there by Urmo.
Well said.
More so than perhaps the sheer value of the hand.
Yes, it was definitely not the value of the hand.
I mean, look, a king heads up is a thing.
It is.
As we see it here going to work for Velt more fruitfully than when it was king 3.
Yes, a single raise as opposed to a 4-bet.
Yeah.
He does still look relatively calm.
He's actually thinking about how he wants to turn Simone into a bowl of pasta right about now. Just absolutely meat grind him.
Yeah,
No,
he may
He's not
well
that
be
guy.
thinking.
He's not.
They showed Simone with his legs crossed, kind of taking a casual approach.
He's a smooth operator.
He is a smooth
Andrian.
operator.
He's just chilling, man.
Yeah.
I don't get that hot under the collar vibe from him ever.
Yeah, he's probably not going to be slamming the table if pots don't go his way.
Deeply disappointing, by the way, that that's off the table.
Yeah.
You know, because the Italians are such an emotional and expressive culture, you know? I'd love for him to take a bad beat, stand up, gesticulate, you know, something really demonstrative.
That would be rather humorous. Especially when he set us up like this, being so calm.
Velt has decided to proceed with King 8, and the deck rewards him on the turn. He was trailing ace high, but no longer. Now plays kings and deuces with a queen, slips it over to Andrian. Ace high feels like it could be hunting cheap showdown. Check back indeed comes in. Coordinated river.
So Velt now needing to decide how big of a bet does he want to put out there. Feels like it's going to be meaty. I'm wildly wrong. It's very much not meaty.
No, that's Carpaccio.
Yeah.
But it's good enough. Ace high, not providing a payday there. Wisely. You know, that's... I don't want to make a meal out of it, but Urmo with a big exhale there. You saw kind of the hair fluttering there. I think he recognizes that this is perhaps unlike some of the opposition he's knifed his way through earlier in his career. A guy who's not going to acquiesce.
Absolutely. I think they're both feeling that a little bit.
Yeah. There's some bend, but there certainly isn't any break.
Very well said. And this suited connector is going to provide some opportunity for Andrian. 3 betting suited connectors heads up is really just a great pastime of the game. And does Velt want to continue with his low suited gapper? I'm inclined to say yes, he does.
3-bet to 3 million from Simone, and all of a sudden the leaner part of the deck looks like it's hunting an altercation.
This is exciting. Both players having these lower middle-y cards. Certainly some boards could provide a lot of action here.
Having the betting lead beneficial. Board not interacting with any of the kit. $2.1 into 6.3.
Velt's interest seems somewhat peaked just at the perhaps size and speed of the bet. Something in the way that he glanced up at Andrian makes me wonder if maybe we will see him make another raise as he did earlier. No, he's just calling.
And listen, he's not calling because he's looking at a backdoor 5-high flush as somehow being a really attractive proposition. Unattractive also is this turn after we have flatted, but he's more so just looking to find whether or not Simone is going to open the door to Velt being able to lay claim. It's just kind of a, do you have a second barrel in you or not?
Exactly, and this jack is certainly not the card that he was looking for. As we can see, Andrian loading up another bet here.
Yeah.
Really on the intimidation, I would say, of that turned jack. And he does get it done.
Concession.
No card higher than 8. A lot of chips in the pot on a queen 10-10 jack board.
Look at the stacks now.
Yeah.
Chewy, reset button has been hit.
It is a good match we're all getting to enjoy, that's for sure.
Oh, yeah. Well, if you're out there and you're enjoying the match as well, do us a favor, hit like, hit subscribe. Make sure you don't miss any of what the WSOP YouTube channel has cooking up.
And Velt dialing up another 3-bet. This is exactly what I was kind of hoping for. Just an extremely aggressive heads-up match where pots are continuing to swell. And surely Andrian must be feeling okay about his Jack-7 suited, given how aggressive this match has been thus far.
It took a little bit of time for, I think, the two to settle in and warm up to this, but now it does appear to be more of a staple development.
Yeah.
9-6 off, turns into 9s. Bottom pair on an ace-high board. Single diamond out there for Simone, along with the immediate gut shot.
And Velt does have to be a little bit careful putting chips in with this kind of hand too flippantly. He does do so to the tune of half pot. My concern would be that there are a lot of hands he'll get called by, and it will be challenging for him to continue on turns or rivers if he is not to improve, as we see Andrian sticking around, of course, with his gutter and backdoor flush draw. And if the turn bricks, I imagine Velt won't bet, and will Andrian take the opportunity to begin a bluff?
That is not the turn Simone wanted to see. However, Velt at a bit of a juncture.
You know, Velt has more of like a kind of studious look. Oh, by the way, wrong again I am, as he tosses out 8 million. And Andrian quickly releasing.
Yikes.
That was intense. I was not prepared for that.
A little bit more bare knuckle than we would have expected that round.
Yeah, for sure. You think Irmo is an MMA practitioner?
You know, just based on the intact nature of his ear cartilage.
Right.
Chewy, I tend to bet the don't in these spots.
You are a master of deduction.
When a couple of cauliflowers are bookending one's cranium, that's kind of when I put the UFC read on, you know.
Right.
Completely sealed up ear canal.
Sensible.
That's a grappler there.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, the grappling continues between these two for 700 ahead. This time, courtesy of ace-9, shooting it up on the button. Suited and connected, Andrian digs in and out flops on an 8-5-4 board. Bottom pair checking over.
And this is tricky for Andrian straight away. He has bottom pair on this coordinated board without a whole lot of hope, and he does just let it go. I think I like that play, despite the fact that he was facing a weaker hand. Also, as we've seen, Velt has been pretty willing to continue his aggression, improved or not.
You know, I touched on this idea earlier. I believe it was in today's broadcast. It may have been yesterday's, Chewy, but it was between the two of us with respect to the fact that once upon a time, there was really this school of thought that if we connect with a board, in particular in the form of a pair, we just must continue.
Right.
Because it's hard to flop a pair, and we rate to have the best hand. However, there are certain scenarios where between texture and action and kind of trends as far as expecting added barrels with higher frequencies that we can stop and ask ourselves future game-wise how well Peeling is going to perform unimproved, which obviously rates to be the nature of a turn card in a spot, was one that doesn't improve us. And we found a lot more folds, I think.
Yeah, it's well said. It also depends on the size of the bet.
Sure.
And of course, in that case, Velt was, as he has been, you know, dialing up his bet sizes.
And here he is with an open-ender facing a dial-up from Andrian of 1.1 million, courtesy of second pair, backdoor diamonds. We've not come this far to release here.
That's for sure.
Urmo plunks in the price of admission, 3.9 million. Turn delivered.
I have to imagine Andrian will be content to check with his 5. He does.
Jack on the river doesn't change anything, and let's see whether or not Urmo senses that the check back on the turn gives him an opportunity with no showdown value to try to snatch this 3.9.
Well, he certainly has the opportunity. Whether it will work or not remains to be seen, though. Andrian has an 8 in his hand. Oh, he does just wave the white flag.
You know, I kind of wanted to see the bet there.
Yeah, for sure.
Just to observe Simone unpacking the line.
Yeah, I'm actually a bit surprised, given how aggressive the match has been, that he chose not to bluff. And it almost looks like Simone is a bit perplexed as well.
I don't think he'll be complaining.
No, certainly not.
What an absolute clash of the Titans this has been.
Yeah, this is great. What's your read on Velt if he wasn't a poker player? What do you think he'd be doing?
Florist. No, let me think about it for a second. Serial killer?
Oh my goodness.
No, that's not it.
No, it's
Let me
certainly
think about
not
this. Professor?
Yeah, well, I was going to say something academic or like an engineer, maybe a mechanic.
I got to be honest, though, man. It's just the glasses, you know. That's what's doing it.
Well, that's part of it, which, you know, he has those glasses. But it's also kind of his navigations.
Like, I don't see rally car driver.
No, I don't think so
You know
either.
what I mean?
He could be just an absolute party animal, though. We really don't know.
I would love that, by the way.
Yeah.
Hand him the bracelet. Let's
yeah.
Let's see how much vodka the man can stomach. Ooh. 2 kings.
This is
being ingested on the button.
Andrian's 3rd time having kings on the button in this heads-up match. We need to know if the 3rd time is the charm. Oh my, Ali. Velt is stepping in it. Perhaps he is a bit of an animal. And a big decision here from Andrian. Does he trap, or does he seek to just get more money in the pot straight away?
Well, much like a careless pedestrian on the streets of Paris, Velt has stepped in it. Anyone that's walked the Champs-Élysées in the summer, man.
Oh, my goodness.
You know where I'm at. 4 bets to 6.8 as the Cowboys lasso a healthy pot there.
Yeah, it's always a nice pickup.
You know what I love about having witnessed both of these guys kind of go through swings up and swings down?
What's up?
If you just took it in a vacuum and showed me their faces, I wouldn't know which direction they were headed. Right?
Yeah.
Just unbothered. Next hand. It's poker. Let's go.
And I think that's what experience does. It teaches you, right, that there is volatility in this game, and you know your past doesn't determine your future. Just about staying level-headed and being able to continue to make good decisions.
And on this occasion, the decisions by Velt earn him the pot with nothing more than 7 high, but betting lead in position. Pre-flop aggressor.
I think one of the most I think one of the most exciting things about this heads-up match and heads-up matches in general is that as this aggression continues to ramp up, we know there's a big clash coming. We just don't know exactly when.
Yeah, it's kind of always available, not particularly predictable.
Yep. A 4 of spades may do something. No.
Unavailable on a Jack 8-5 board as Velt's set mining comes up fruitless. Not exactly a basket full of produce on this board for Andrian either. He checks back. Does find, however, an open-ender. Neither player with a club draw. Velt with the dummy end of a gutter.
I'm somewhat surprised to see this bet in the face of all of these overcards and no club.
Maybe sensing some honesty out of Andrian's check back on the flop. Obviously disheartening to see the opposition hanging in.
Yeah, and Queen 6 is obviously not a lot of hand on the turn.
No.
Drawing nowhere near the nuts. And if Velt does decide to check, which I would kind of guess he would. Maybe he tries a really milky bet against ace high. No, he's just swinging Ollie. This is a bluff. He's gonna
4 million. Little does he know he was bluffing with the best hand, but always relieved to see Simone get out of there. And no quit, no give up.
Yeah.
These guys are just in for a brawl.
He may not have cauliflower ears, but he is indeed a brawler.
Yeah. Fair. It's always the quiet ones, Chewy. You know?
Yep.
Feels like the dog that's barking. It's like
false bravado.
Just a little bit.
Yeah.
I don't know if you've ever reached out to pet a real quiet dog. Those bad boys will catch you off guard.
I'll keep that in mind.
As my missing pinky will evident. No, I'm kidding. I have all 10 digits. Meanwhile, the dirty diaper turns into a wheel for Velt on the button, and king high on this board along with that 3 dangler.
Yeah.
That is a wheel draw of its own, could very well find further streets.
Wow, this is quite an occurrence. We spoke briefly yesterday on Rigby having repped the 3-deuce on the ace 5-4. Oh my. And Andrian is seizing the opportunity, and there is no opportunity for him here.
A mouth-watering sight, this 3.5 million. We've no reason to re-raise here, do we?
No, certainly not. A board this dry, we need our opponent sticking around with a hand like King 3.
Sure feels that way.
Well,
he does just call.
Yeah.
And is it fair to say that he's thinking about Vegas and the Mirage right now?
You know, I wouldn't blame him if he was. As the covering stack, praying for the kind of altercation that might yield him the jewelry. But a board pairing 5 on the turn obviously does present clear issues. Straight no longer the nuts. However, Andrian not going to follow through.
Yeah, he does have that King of Clubs working, but the 5 is really not a great card. He can't really represent a 5 all that well, at least. He may not be willing to depart just yet. He does still have King High. Okay, he's gone.
You know, other than that one spot that Velt took, multi-barrel, they've also been neat when they've made a mess.
Yeah,
you know what I mean? For lack of a better way to describe it.
That's actually
check,
really
raise,
well said.
and then, okay, all right, I get it.
Yes.
You're on this one.
They're choosing their spots wisely to apply a lot of pressure, and yeah, they're being tactful about moments where they want to commit, yeah, most or all of their chips. And committing most or all of his chips would be a delight for Velt here. But I don't believe we're going to see much beyond this 3-bet.
Ace King. 3 scoops and take it, Urmo. What will it take to break what has been largely gridlock here in this main event heads-up collision between two very worthy and deserving candidates in terms of their procedures and operations? Day 4 chip leader Simone Andrian and Urmo Velt, who performed so well, made the most of every opportunity, now sits with a healthy chip lead, the button and control of the betting, plus top pair against bottom pair.
And by the way, we can see how the ranges are starting to loosen up as the match goes on. We saw both players folding a little bit on the button, then recently Urmo's raising with 3 deuce, Andrian's defending with 4 deuce. There's definitely some scrappiness being exuded.
2.8.
Check, raise from Andrian. He tried this not long ago. Was up against the wheel here. Equally poor timing. Up against top pair. 4x.
Andrian does have the backdoor straight draw working. That's not going to do it.
Yep. Door slams shut. As Velt flatted. Two-tone board texture now.
And to your earlier point, will we see Andrian slow down? No. He's content to continue here. And in a big way, Ali, this is going to be costly for him. Assuming he gets called and doesn't improve, this will be interesting.
How much?
7 million.
A quick scratch of the head from Velt.
This is full pot.
Yeah, it is.
Oh, and Velt just rips it in.
Oh, my.
Says, let's go.
Very nicely done. 2 flush draws on board, of which he had none of.
Yeah.
He was ready to deny equity and just kind of let that hand be over.
Mm-hmm.
And with that, he pulls out well in front. I don't believe we've seen anybody eclipse the 60 million mark thus far. He was probably around there when that big 4-bet pot emerged. But 200 big blinds, Ali.
This is roughly a 4-1 chip lead, the largest that Urmo has enjoyed thus far since dethroning Simone Andrian, entering heads-up play. And might he have closing this one out on his mind?
Oh, I'm sure he does. But we know from past experience we can't jump the gun. It's really not over until it's over.
Yeah, we've seen some implosions when people have gotten hasty heads up. I don't know that these two guys have shown us a glimpse of being guilty of something of that nature thus far, but facts remain.
I totally agree. It is one of the beautiful things about poker, though, that no matter how well you've done in the past, it is on you in every moment to continue to do your best.
Not the best flop, but a pretty good turn for Velt as bottom pair improves to a Broadway gut shot and a club draw to go with it. It was always best.
250.
Oh, and that's not...
Wait, what?
Hang on a sec.
Is it possible
There's
he
no
misread
way,
his suit?
Chewy.
There's no way.
There's no way a pair, a Broadway gutter, and a club draw just check folded on that turn to 450, is there?
Well, it's possible it happened, but if it did, there's no way he knew what his hand was.
He seems too young to be having a stroke.
He also seems too well put together.
Yeah, all of the above, man. The hell was that?
Well, we did see early on, Ali, when he had that 7 of hearts.
I was just thinking the same thing.
Perhaps when things are going very well, his vision gets blurry.
Mm-hmm. Trip 4's on the board here. Andrian in front with king high. Queen high following through for $1 million.
And immediately, kind of an awkward situation for this king high. Of course, the strength of king high speaks for itself, but these spots are very awkward. Now we, of course, have to be concerned if our opponent has turned a jack. Something tells me Velt is not interested in slowing down. And that thing would be all of the previous hands we've seen. Of course, it would be reasonable. But this man seems to really enjoy trudging forward.
Well, he's got the chip lead with which to do a little bit of leaning. That's exactly what he's going to do. And Andrian does concede, so a fruitful decision. And now the tide has shifted in a more meaningful way than it has at any other point.
Yeah, this is a big shifting of the tide, most certainly.
What was all flow across the better part of 2 days of play has turned to ebb for Andrian.
Andrian's starting to limp a bit. Definitely interested in changing the momentum.
Sure.
Velt consent to check. Both players with a pair.
10-4 deuce, couple of diamonds, advantage Andrian. King of diamonds working for Velt, of course. He does check, and I don't think he's looking for an exit in the face of 600.
Certainly not yet, at least.
$1.2 more into the middle. 6 on the turn.
Andrian can't really love this card. Some of the straight draws now improving.
Yeah, 6x Not to mention 3-5, so he does check back. Now the king of diamonds could be leveraged.
Could be, but the deuce, typically not a card I'd think to use when bluffing. It shouldn't be that hard for him to have an unpaired hand. Although perhaps he deems this deuce to not be strong enough. And if he does read Andrian for this exact sort of holding, a bet would be exceptionally annoying to face. And he does, Ali. I love this man's aggression.
That's a healthy bet into 2.1 million, and not exactly the healthiest hand, but I think what's on Andrian's mind is how much 10x am I up against here, and not a whole lot more.
Well, there's the diamonds. There's also a river jack. He does flick it in.
Wow. Well done, Simone. That was a meaningful statement made there.
It is, and it's a situation which doesn't seem at a glance to be a huge shift, but it does expose Velt in a way where Andrian, seeing that he's willing to take a hand like bottom pair, I think it's somewhat telling, and I think it may well affect the way that he approaches some of these future hands, and perhaps make him consider some of the ones that have just passed.
The exposure wasn't altogether indecent, though.
Not
Chewy,
really.
I mean, you
not
know,
really,
king
but
of diamonds, a deuce.
Yeah, but there's something that I can sense about bluffing with that pair in this case. I feel it's almost, in a way, not disrespectful towards Andrian, but he likely feels as if, really, my opponent felt he needed to bluff with bottom pair, then he's probably bluffing with a lot of other hands.
Fair. Good point. As we fight on here, Velt with the gut shot straight draw.
And as we saw, you know, previously, Velt has really been applying the pressure and often getting the best hand to fold, which will happen again, but no surprise. Jack 4, really nothing to speak of on this board.
So an easy check fold for Simone. Re-rack it. Button on Andrian here. Offsuit king.
An offsuit hand for Velt, but doesn't make it weak. Quickly bowing out.
Yeah, the hooks. Pop it and take it.
For all the allegedly wrong ways to play jacks, that was not one of them.
Jack deuce turns into bottom pair on an ace-high board.
And this is one of those cases, Ali, where if Velt comes out with a bigger bet, Jack deuce becomes relatively indecent. But against this small bet, I think we will see a continuation.
There it is. Check call of 400. 9 high is without a paddle. Third diamond on board. Neither party picking up a flush draw. No action on the turn, running sevens, and the Jack able to get to showdown without further incident.
Yeah, kind of hard to represent too much there.
Well, Andrian isn't going to go away.
No, certainly not.
Not without a fight. That much has become quite clear. King 7 of spades. Raised to 700, defense out of 5 tray. This has very much been the setup heading to most flops. And
oh my
we've got
goodness.
ourselves top pair against trip threes. I don't know.
Ali, this is dangerous. And he
Very
does.
comfortable and cozy c-bet of 450. Fuse is lit.
And if we see the ensuing check raise, which I have to imagine based on what has led us to this point, we will, Andrian is going to be in a really bad way. You know, it's funny, he probably doesn't want to see the board texture get more complicated, but what would be best for him is for a heart to roll off and save the potential of losing more chips.
Credit to Velt, who's playing this one fast. Simone, obviously not going anywhere, makes the call. The pot grows to 4.9. Ace of hearts on the turn. Could this be a sparing development?
It certainly could be. He may not release straight away, but where he was at risk of losing all of his chips, I don't think that possibility exists anymore.
It is interesting how merciful the run out can sometimes prove to be, even though we're looking at it thinking, oh man, I got unlucky.
Right.
4 million into 4.9. A gulp.
It's a nice bet from Velt. If Andrian had any single heart, there's no way he's folding after having called that flop raise. Oh, and he does stick around anyway. And Ali, unless he hits a king, this is going to be a really tough one for him.
13 million in the middle. The king or the 3. No, the 3 gives him quads. Forgive me. The board double pairs with an ace. Now, interestingly, one wonders whether or not Velt might have had concerns, and it becomes obvious he doesn't, as he asks for it all.
And wow, this is a tough spot.
You know, Simone might be thinking, I'm supposed to be sitting here with some ace-X sometimes.
Yeah, he could have an ace, absolutely.
Yeah, concession there.
He does let it go very nice.
But again, the board perhaps showing some mercy, even though his opponent is not.
How long is the break?
You got 13 minutes. I paused it because you started like 30.
All right. So a little over a 10-minute break is that which awaits us. Chewy and I are going to step aside. Don't go anywhere. Continuing coverage of the WSOPE main comes your way after this.
Forse era meglio che flat.
I really like Thomas Hauskas's game. Very methodical.
Yeah, throughout the course of play yesterday, I mean, he didn't put a foot wrong. I mean, really just found the spots, made the most of the hands he was dealt, and didn't draw a lot of attention to himself in the process, just content to do his bidding. King 9 of spades, paying a visit to Ron Ilani, dominating the Queen Jack of spades for Razai.
Let's see if Razai can win with King 9 of spades and against it. Well, this time he's going to have the lesser of the 2 spade holdings. This is an interesting spot for Hochheim.
Raising flat in front of him. Using the cutoff with a baby suited ace.
Yeah, I think I like this fold. It's not so pleasant to be coming in as the 3rd player with the baby ace, despite it being suited. Let's see if Svach wants to play. He does not.
Seven, 8 offsuit can close the action at a discount. Off of 1.2 though, every little chip counts. Is this
Sure
compulsory,
does.
Chewy?
No, I think I like this decision to fold. Sometimes these middling cards can really get us in trouble when we're up against a player who's called a middle position raise and middle position themselves. Oh
so
my.
his exit allows the most improbable of things to take place. 6-3 deuce, all spades, flush over flush.
Wow.
Uh-oh.
Ilani immediately sitting up in his seat. And so interesting that he ran that massive bluff just moments earlier on that 3 club board. This time 3 spades out there, and yeah, unless a 4th spade comes or some other unusual circumstances, like maybe running 6s or whatnot, this is going to be painful for Mr. Rezai.
Yeah, no question about it. Do you feel as though the pre-flop raisers checking board textures such as this typically are doing so in a very honest manner, unlike what we see here?
Yeah, I would say so. I mean, I think a lot of players will proceed somewhat cautiously on this type of board. He is just slow playing, though. Okay.
Board does pair on the turn after Rezai, understandably, with the queen high spades barreled 150 and got called.
I'm actually somewhat surprised to see Ilani just calling on the flop. I would imagine a lot of Rezai's hands are going to be pocket pairs or hands with a single spade. More so pocket pairs. And I would think we want to start extracting value from those straight away.
And that pursuit comes in the form of 580, says Rezai.
And I think at this point, now we probably just want to call.
If you're Ilani?
Yeah, I would think so. I mean, if Rezai's bluffing, we certainly don't want to fold him out. And the question we always have to ask ourselves when we raise a hand like this is, what kinds of hands might we be able to sell to our opponent that we could be bluffing with? If he had a bare king of spades, maybe. It's possible. He did make that very aggressive play moments earlier. It seems he agrees.
Yeah, there's the flat. Another 1,060,000 into the middle. You see Daniel looking over as if to say, what exactly would compel you to do this? There are going to be some non-spade overpairs, I would imagine, Chewy, that are involved in this behavior?
Yeah, definitely pocket pairs spring to mind as the exact sort of holding that Rezai would look to be getting value from here. And Ilani lucky to dodge a 4th spade or a 3rd 3. This should lead to him getting paid in full. Assuming he does check it over, but in any case. I think the decision for Mr. Rezai is basically just, does he want to bet all of Ilani's chips or most of them? Clearly we see this is a dark road to be traveling down, but from his perspective, a queen high flush seems as if it's the nuts.
So he jams, and obviously the pair on board, occasional concerns, nut flush, occasional concerns, but Ilani does stick it in there, and how delighted will he be to see a queen high flush? And you see Rezai just flicking
It's a tough one.
That hand into the bin.
I don't know if getting dealt aces and winning the blinds twice is going to cause a soft boil. I think you're revealing something about your own personality, my friend.
Oh, listen. Well documented is my psychopathy, Chewy. I mean, you kidding me? The stone maniac out there.
Yeah, I guess that's fair.
This is how it happens, right? I'll get 3-bet 19 straight times, okay? And then every one of those times I was light, let's say, or I was at something. Then I find the aces, and I'm ready for the guy who's been the 3-better 90% of the time. And he just mugs.
Well, he just didn't get dealt
Takes a
7-8
phone
suited
call.
that time.
You know what I mean? Oh. Okay, great. Not today? No? Not this hand, huh? All right.
Camosci with a pretty disciplined full Jack-8 suited there. Understandable. Tomasauskas raising off of around 25 big blinds.
Nothing undisciplined about having done so with ace-9 suited as Ilani seeks his bearings. King-5 off. We're not married to it.
We're not, but this is, you know, a reasonable holding. Closing the action against the button. Let's C3.
Meet for coffee.
Yeah.
You know, maybe not lunch or dinner, but
this has meet for coffee vibes. Yeah.
Yeah.
We're going to see how things develop.
Oh, king in the window. Followed by another one behind it. How about trip kings? And all of a sudden, this date's going well.
Yes. Any soft boil is quickly dissipating from Ilani's seat.
Paired flops, even with the lack of the ace, the heart, Tomasauskas could certainly just sprinkle something out there to guide Ilani into the bin.
I don't see why not. Ace high will very often be the best hand here. So now the question for Ilani becomes, do we want to slow play or do we want to raise right now? And if I'm sitting in his shoes, I'm definitely raising. At least strongly, strongly considering it. And for Vlados, it becomes annoying. It's not just the presence of the flush draw. It's also the fact that against that button range, you know, Ilani could take plenty of hands, let's say 5-6, 6-7 with a club, queen of clubs with other side cards.
I mean, even just front door flush draws could potentially take the aggressive approach. It doesn't have to be a semi.
Absolutely. He beats all the flush draws and then all of those bluffs. Not to mention some diamonds, right? 4-5 of diamonds. These are all plausible holdings as well.
So Tomasauskas does make the call, doesn't find an ace or a 9 on the turn, but really doesn't find the kind of card that should be leaving him under the impression that if ace high was good prior, that it is no longer. And we'll see whether or not a price is laid with these trip kings by Ilani that could keep the Lithuanian interested.
Yeah. You know, I wouldn't mind a check. And it would sort of do a nice job of mimicking the way that he played his bluff earlier by letting the turn check through and then making a very large river bet. But this is, of course, understandable. We're just looking to continue getting maximum value. And for Tomasauskas, the ace-9 is tricky. Again, beating all the bluffs. Flush draws are really the main types of hands we would hope to be seeing. Really not giving anything away here. Either player, that is. And he understandably sticks around. There are plenty of hands that he does beat. And it really is only the king that he's behind. Of course, we see that Ilani has that, and Tomasauskas is drawing dead.
Yeah, we kind of remove 3x from the equation as played.
Yeah.
Clubs do arrive, however, on the end. Unfortunately for Tomasauskas, though, Chewy, it's in the form of a 9. So kings and 9s nut kick.
Yeah, this is tricky. I actually wonder how Ilani will play this.
Yeah,
Certainly,
he unblocks clubs too.
yeah, he has to be weary of Tomasowskis having a flush draw. And I think these are the situations that, you know, really kind of above the rim players. Oh, wow, okay, he just puts out 100. Well, that's certainly going to get called.
Deeply downsized.
Yeah.
So much so that maybe... No, ace-9 turning itself into a bluff would just be so absurd.
No, he's definitely not going to turn it into a bluff. But he could think his man has an 8 somehow. I think he'll just call, but crazier things have happened. Imagine a value raise, and he gets a fold. That would be really tremendous.
The trouble, of course, is that Ilani understands how inviting his river sizing is to a raise.
Of course.
So he needs to account for that.
Yes, I don't necessarily think that will happen. I was just reaching for wild outcomes. He bet the 100 so quickly. It's an interesting situation.
Yeah, begrudgingly, Tomasowskis flings the call in there, and perhaps the road less traveled, but embarked upon.
Forse era meglio che flat.
I really like Tomasowskis' game. Very methodical.
Yeah, throughout the course of play yesterday, I mean, he didn't put a foot wrong. I mean, really just found the spots, made the most of the hands he was dealt, and didn't draw a lot of attention to himself in the process, just content to do his bidding. King-9 of spades, paying a visit to Ron Ilani, dominating the Queen-Jack of spades for Razai.
Let's see if Razai can win with King-9 of spades and against it. Well, this time he's going to have the lesser of the 2 spade holdings. This is an interesting spot for Hochheim.
Raising flat in front of him. He's in the cutoff with a baby suited ace.
Yeah, I think I like this fold. It's not so pleasant to be coming in as the 3rd player with the baby ace, despite it being suited. Let's see if Svach wants to play. He does not.
Seven, 8 offsuit can close the action at a discount. Off of 1.2, though. Every little chip counts. Is this compulsory, Chewy?
No, I think I like this decision to fold. Sometimes these middling cards can really get us in trouble when we're up against a player who's called a middle position raise and middle position themselves. Oh
so
my.
his exit allows the most improbable of things to take place. 6-3 deuce, all spades, flush over flush.
Wow.
Uh-oh.
Ilani immediately sitting up in his seat. And so interesting that he ran that massive bluff just moments earlier on that 3 club board. This time, 3 spades out there.
And welcome back to continuing coverage of this heads up. What is quickly turning into a marathon, dare I say, between Urmo Velt of Estonia and Italy's Simone Andrian. Back here at the King's Resort and Casino in Rozvadov, Czech Republic. Who will hoist the bracelet? Both are assured 854,000 euros, but they're playing an almost 450K freeze out. And not every day you find yourself in that situation. Ali Najad back with you alongside Lucky Chewy, Andrew Lichtenberger. And Ace Jack for Velt. Upstairs we go, suited and connected. Simone defends.
Yeah, picking up right where we left off.
200, 400, 400 level. 1 million every two hands. $500,000 on average per hand, shaved off your stack. Now, Andrian, looking to claw back just some of what he has lost to Urmo since the onset of this one. Middle pair here, 8-high board, performing better than the ace-jack.
And you know as well as I do, anything is possible still. And we see Velt taking, again, this very aggressive approach to just kind of continue firing most hands on most boards and just kind of hope for the best. It's not reckless abandon in terms of aggression, but he is definitely avoiding more passive lines given the opportunity. And will he continue that aggression on this turned 10? Any overcard to the board, always tempting to do so. He doesn't, though. Ace-Jack, quite a strong hand here.
So check on the turn, and a pretty pleasant run out, I would imagine, for 4 or 5 here. 10-10.
Yeah. And I think Andrian can even size up a decent bit here with a value bet. I think once Velt checks the turn, better hands are relatively unlikely.
2.4. 2.4.
And he does go for roughly 2/3 of the pot, value betting his 4. Many missed straight draws, not to mention other hands that could have floated out of position in Andrian's shoes. And Velt, ace high. He does call. And Andrian does begin clawing some chips back.
Yeah, that is a nice way to start this frame here for Simone. Six deuce suited. As baby diamonds pay him a visit once more, this time on the button. He will limp, and his diamonds are covered by a pretty connected version.
Depending on the raise size, he may be able to get away. I don't know if this is enough.
.4. Not exactly how much Andrian wanted to play for with this hand, but in he comes. 3.2 in the middle, but really nothing to take pride in whatsoever on the 2-4, 2 spade, and an 8 texture, and that goes for both players.
Indeed. And if Velt fires, I imagine he will just take it down. And a healthy bet at that.
So Urmo back to his old ways there. Queen 3 offsuit. Taking it abusively upstairs. Ace 6 suited may be the antidote. Just a flat from Simone as 3 bets pre-flop are beginning to represent a bit more of his remaining stack than he'd like. And on the topic of like, I think we may have to take the over on that adjective with the King Jack 6 board, nut flush draw, and a pair. Checking over to Queen High. I feel as though the C-bet frequency when Urmo has been raising on the button is a bit higher than perhaps should be associated with having it all the time in, you know, Andrian's mind. Not that it matters
Definitely.
when we have this particular hand, but
sure,
maybe a little bit of a lack of balance on display.
He's in there firing.
Yep.
And he may well continue on the strength of this gutter. He does not. He's happy to take a free card. And Andrian rivers the nuts.
5 of hearts brings him there.
Andrian goes for a very small bet, looking to induce or just get called, but Velt is over it.
No further interest as Queen High finds the bin. Might stamina become an issue at some point? Neither of these guys have given us a glimpse of anything that would lead us to believe that mind or body are being pressed to their limits as it stands.
Yeah, I would guess not, particularly because they did just have a night's rest. We are some amount of hours into today's play, but they do seem relatively alert.
Urmo flopping an open ender here versus middle pair and that jack of diamonds.
And if Andrian... Okay, sorry, Velt has not checked yet.
Oh.
He does just bet right out here.
Little protocol break.
Yeah.
600,000. Simone. Happy to flat. Ace of hearts on the turn. And this is very much supposed to be more the buttons card than our own if we're Urmo.
That is true.
That said, sometimes we can leverage, you know, strength falsely by barreling once more into that card.
Absolutely. And even so, that card may be better for the button.
3.5.
The general connected nature of this flop is somewhat nice for the big blind and a very big bet coming in.
3.5 into 2.4.
This is a nice play.
This has gone from a request to a demand.
And this is not easy for Andrian. We've seen this quite a few times so far, this we are bluff catching situation.
Listen, this man doesn't need things to be easy. He is
it's true.
Ready to accept the difficult as he makes the call and doesn't really make a meal of doing so. 6 of diamonds on the river. Front door flush comes in. Top card on the flop pairs. And let's see if Velt has barrel number 3 available to him. What a blender he could potentially put Simone in, and he is going to jam.
Very interesting. And Andrian is very fortunate to have that jack of diamonds in hand.
Blocking the flushes.
Indeed. Of course, he does just have the 5 to go with the 6s on board. Velt's turn bet size does kind of indicate that it's not really a 6 anymore in all likelihood. Andrian likely thinking through what are the kinds of hands my opponent could have if he is bluffing.
And time banks are going to get utilized here. Credit to him for unpacking this. What are the natural bluffs here? Exactly what we're seeing, 7x?
Yeah, I think a 7 or a 3 with a single diamond is pretty likely to be filling in that category of hand class.
Or perhaps a couple of hearts and a card such as that?
Potentially, but the hearts maybe not as desirable.
Just because you'd like to assign that to the opposition?
We would love that, yeah.
And we'd prefer to block the diamond flush, of course. As
indeed. Yeah, I think this is a really nice play from Velt. It's, of course, risky, as all bluffs tend to be. But Andrian, we see sweating through this, glaring down at his opponent. Velt does look very calm.
I was hoping we would hold that shot a little bit further in the interest of maybe picking up on heart rate, any sort of neck pulse. Tough to make it out there.
Yeah, he looks unfazed entirely.
Consider the clicking call here. Apologies, Chewy, but this is for one's tournament life. This is potentially handing our opponent the bracelet with a pair of 5s.
It's very true. I was going to touch on how good of a job Andrian did before the break, releasing that King 7 in the face of a similar amount of aggression. And here we can see that his spidey sense is tingling. Looks like he does want to call.
Well, let's sit back and see what he comes with.
He's digging deep, Ali. His opponent really giving nothing away. Oh, he does make the call.
Good call.
Tremendous.
What a massive moment that was. A flick of a single chip, and all of a sudden, a power shift of sorts. As Simone stood his ground and now sits with 32 million to 44.
How much?
That was indeed a pivotal moment in this match.
I'll tell you what. If Andrian comes back to win this one, circle that as the pivotal moment.
Absolutely.
That's so gutsy.
Yeah, that was a really great call.
If you're playing a cash game pot right there, it's kind of like a 450,000 euro call. I mean, like.
Yeah, well.
I know, I get it. I'm oversimplifying, but
yes, it's a giant pot. Absolutely.
Okay.
It's a lot of real money on the line here.
I mean, listen, he didn't approach it casually.
But you're absolutely right.
Bravo.
And we have a match again. 80 big blinds effective.
That we do. You take any issue with Urmo's approach there?
Not really. I mean, he put his man in the blender and he nearly got it through. Had he had a slightly different kind of hand, maybe it would have worked.
Yeah, that deuce of diamonds also, I think, lending perhaps to the choice. But onwards we battle, and what a different battle it is, as Andrian now has breathing room here.
He sure does.
Neither player has any improvement here, though, as the dominant 8 follows through on the button open.
And this was certainly not a tight match, but if the past is any indication, I think the levels of aggression are going to continue to be sky high. I don't think it's going to take that much hand for them to play another giant pot. I don't know if I want to say both players are chomping at the bit, but there's definitely a willingness to grow these pots.
Yeah, you're right. Queen 8 versus Queen 8 violence on tap. Again, these guys playing with pace. Queen high flop, and this could make things interesting. Velt begins by checking over. 1.3 million into 2. Velt makes the call. 9 on the turn. Sort of a wet card.
It is indeed a second flush draw appearing. This may slow down the action a bit. Adrian does check it back.
Backdoor clubs get there. Now Urmo left to decide whether or not value is available to him.
The kicker does play. Many missed draws. Searching for value does seem very reasonable, and a big bet at that.
Into 4.6 comes 4 million. Could be a reasonable amount of 9x.
Could be, yeah.
In there, but there's a lot of busted diamonds. Obviously, the 8 of diamonds, or the queen of diamonds, rather, for Adrian. Does block some of that stuff, but here we are.
Same.
Chop it up.
Yeah. See, no emotion really showed from either player there. Kind of just an all-business affair. Especially on the heels of that giant pot.
Yeah, that one registered on the Richter scale. You think F3 tornado? What do we?
Tornadoes are on the Richter scale as well? I thought it was just earthquakes.
Just in terms of meteorological and kind of, you know, seismic, whatever events. Or like hurricane. What category hurricane was that, Chewy? As you examine your Doppler radar 3000.
Right, you know I'm an expert in the Doppler. Were you in Vegas when years ago at the World Series there was an earthquake during the main event? Day 1C, of which yours truly was participating.
Yeah. I don't remember an earthquake during.
They put us on dinner break early. And I felt like that shaky feeling for the rest of the day. I'll blame my play on that.
Where's your sea legs?
Yeah, I don't do well with those.
Ace-8 got a little bit more interesting here on this turn, as Velt declined to barrel with a pair of 5s on the flop. He picks up a gut shot. And on open-ended.
We have seen Velt, as mentioned, do a lot of betting in a lot of cases, so it's interesting to see him check back this 5.
Yeah.
Of course it makes sense. And checking back again on this turn 6.
Clubs come in.
And content to just check it down, he will take it with his pair of 5s. Adrian had some false hopes there in the check down line. Ace-8 could well be good.
This is a heads-up battle that really has given us a little bit of everything.
Indeed, it has, yeah.
Maybe the final box that needed to be checked was hero call for all of it, which we just saw moments ago out of Simone Adrian.
And incredibly, it's kind of the first really big bluff we've seen, at least of that magnitude. So for Adrian to sniff it out straight away is rather impressive. And Velt is ready to inflate the size of this pot.
Here we go.
He will take it down.
Jack-8 departs briskly.
In these two fine gentlemen's respective cultures, whose name do you think is more common?
Huh.
Urmo or Simone?
I want to say Simone is more common, but it's only because I think I've got more exposure to Italian culture than Estonian. So who knows?
Yeah.
Maybe someone in the chat. Deuce 3-5, 2 spades here, as is the case so often. This one was raised by the button. Defense from Simone. Flops himself the two-way straight draw, checks back with the little gutter. Urmo checks back. 7 on the turn, pairing Andrian to give him the best hand.
And a lot of interaction with Urmo's hand here. The gutter and one of each suit. Andrian coming out with a big bet, and he's not interested.
Well, in the wake of the pivotal double up for Simone, it's been mostly touch and go since.
Yep.
Deck having a little bit to do with that.
Sure. Another calm before the storm, perhaps?
It's a raise? Call? Okay.
Yeah.
Check.
These two guys do make it seem like we're in the tropics where, without notice, weather systems can take shape. Limp pre, King Jack 7. This one standing in exception. Check fold out of 9 high versus the 10 high probe. Six-5 versus ace-5, paired king-high board.
Hard for this pot to get too big.
Quick check fold. Courtesy of the follow-through. By the way, a couple of folks in the chat actually pointing out that right now, even though it is with a measure of innocence that we brought it up, there are some very horrendous storms taking shape out in the Florida area, back to back.
Yeah.
And so obviously we do want to take a moment to acknowledge that there was no desire to make light of what is going to be a pretty rough stretch for folks in that part of the world, as Velt making things rough on Jack 8 of diamonds here, 3-betting to 3.6 million. Andrian up for it with Jack 8 on the button. Dominated, he comes along. King 10-6. Broadway gut shot. Should be able to follow through and dispense Simone.
Yeah, if he does bet, he absolutely will dispense him. And it does look like he's dialing it up. And dispense him he has. And I agree, of course, best wishes to anyone in affected or potentially soon to be affected areas from the ensuing natural disasters.
Take cover, boys and girls. Hopefully you're not sitting at home streaming us. If you're in the path, get out of there. Min raise, as Urmo showing off his range. Unfortunately, he shares a 5 with Simone. He turns up the music. Velt checks out.
You know, it seems like Velt at this point is playing almost an automatic min raise on the button, which poses a very interesting situation for Andrian, where he is essentially in a situation where he's playing twice the stakes, out of position, almost as if it were a blind versus blind scenario in a ring game. Does that make any sense?
Walk me through that again.
So, if Velt automatically min raises the button, the stakes have effectively doubled.
Okay.
And Andrian is then out of position with half as many big blinds. It's not that this is sort of good or bad. It's just kind of the nature of the scenario.
It thins out the value of his stack a little bit if there's the auto 100% min raise open. Is that what you're suggesting?
Not necessarily that it thins it out, but just kind of how to think about it. It's as if he is, in this case, let's say, out of position in a blind versus blind scenario with 32, 33 big blinds.
Causes us to express his situation a little bit differently then?
Yeah, it's a nice way to think about it, where if your opponent's raise is effectively blind, you are, in that sense, playing a slightly different blind structure.
King 3 suited was always in a bad way against this ace-king, which follows through on the pre-flop raise and hauls it in. Back up to that 2-1 chip lead territory is Urmo, who bounced back. Not all in one fell swoop, but rather just continuing to chisel.
Yes, he
really,
is.
I would love to see the numbers on percentage of pots won heads up.
Yeah.
I got to say, it's somewhere in the neighborhood of 70-30.
And pots won by street.
Yeah. All of those statistics intuitively feel as though they would be favoring Urmo, and yet Andrian just continuing to show his resilience. 6-3 suited. Clicks it. And Urmo with 8-9 off. A little smack of the wrist.
Indeed. It's fun to reflect on how far we've come in terms of the dynamic. Late yesterday and early today, Urmo was very much staying out of Simone's way. Obviously, now that we're heads up, things have opened up significantly. And at this point, both players' strategies have been somewhat illuminated, a bit exposed in ways even.
Well, they both have made adjustments.
For sure.
Queen 7-4. Second pair against a pair and a flush draw. Both players checking in now. Trip sevens for Urmo. Simone has kept it clean across 2 streets.
Yeah. Very wisely so. And just a call with the 4s and the hearts working. Oh my goodness.
6 of hearts rolls right off. Andrian has made the flush. Checking one more time, and one wouldn't fault Urmo for pursuing value with 3-4 in there.
He must. 3 sevens, only one bet's gone in so far. Flush draws often some of the hands to be activating as a semi-bluff earlier. Just so happened that Andrian had the 4 with it that allowed him to feel comfortable playing more passively. Oh my goodness. This is a big bet.
5 million, the over bet. Simone just flats it
3. Okay, just 7.
in case bigger hearts or the boat lurked.
Interesting. He mentioned, I thought, maybe full house. That was a very large bet. I definitely understand the call. I'm a little bit surprised at how quickly it happened. Nevertheless, that was a huge pot for him, tipping the scales back in his own direction.
The big ones have gone his way.
True.
Here in this orbit early. One earned and one a little bit more given in terms of the heart on the river, but taking nothing away from Simone, who now sits a 3-2 dog. But they still are so deep.
Yeah, they are. But as we see, Ali, these pots growing so quickly. Simone right back roughly to where he was after making that great bluff catch early. And a great hand he has here on the button in ace-queen offsuit. And as aggressive as Urmo's been, yeah, he does just call with the 10-5.
Might Simone be heating up here? Appears that way on an ace-7-6 board. Top
Absolutely.
pair, way out in front. Straightforward check fold from Urmo.
You know, as crafty as they've both been to navigate these myriad situations that have gone post-flop, in some ways I feel like the deciding factor in this match may just be both of them getting good enough hands pre-flop. We've seen so much pre-flop aggression, but not a case where they both have, you know, the ace-queen and the 10s, so to speak. Velt dialing up the raise a little bit now that Andrian is deeper again.
1 million.
Mm-hmm.
2.5x. Queen deuce defends. Comes up empty here on this paired flop.
Do you think Velt is feeling at all like, man, I keep kind of getting this guy on the ropes and then he bounces back?
You know, I want to say that he's cognizant of that.
Yeah.
But in terms of is he, quote, feeling it at all, that I'm not certain of.
Yeah, I'm not certain either.
I think he's super well served to kind of be emotionally immune in that way to what I think many of us who have played in heads-up spots understand is that kind of like, man, what is it going to take?
Yeah.
How much more am I going to have to sit here and endure this?
Right. The sense that alligator blood sits across from you?
Yeah. Very much a reptilian sort of demonstration from Andrian thus far.
And this is a bit reptilian. Queen deuce suited dialing it up.
Oh, yeah.
I feel like Andrian has had this Jack-7 suited in a few pivotal 3-bet pots so far.
Yeah.
And it looks like one more is underway.
Has not performed particularly well. And Urmo sticking a forked tongue out there, wagging it around. Let's see what he can sniff out.
Ooh.
Jack-9 deuce, bottom pair versus top pair.
He does check it over, wisely so. And Andrian checks it back, being very coy with his top pair.
8 now provides the bad side of a gutter to go with the best hand.
And the good side of it for the worst one. I think at this point, Andrian must be feeling very comfortable in going for value. If he puts a big bet out here, I don't think we're going to see Urmo going anywhere. Around half the pot. Or exactly half the pot.
Now, it isn't just the deuce, but also that queen that has Urmo deliberating. Remember, as played, this one was raise, 3-bet call.
All in.
Check and then check back.
Ali.
And Velt is going to go super hard here.
Oh, my.
A check jam.
Ali, I kind of like this play.
What a stone barbarian.
Yeah. He's looking to deny equity to flush draws, straight draws, and even target a hand like a 9. Well, unlucky for him, Andrian has such a strong hand in this top pair.
And you see Simone tilting his head here. This is so deeply unexpected.
Indeed. He's even pained with a hand this strong. I love this guy, Urmo. He's really getting after it, Ali. Wow, what a moment. I don't think this hand is going to fold, though. It's just too much hand, I think.
Is it?
I feel it is. Granted, this is a huge wager. It's just too easy to feel like your opponent can have some kind of draw. And he does make the call.
He finds the call. We're playing a 63 million chip pot, Chewy.
Wow.
Velt gave it all he had.
Kind of smirking as the cards are exposed. He's still 20% here.
Well, Simone didn't run from Vesuvius. As that eruptive check raise on the turn, he stood his ground. Will there be lava on the river? No! Jackson sevens. And oh my goodness! Velt has spun it down to just 14 milli.
Wow. That is somewhat of a fall from grace.
It was too suspicious.
You hear him saying it was too suspicious.
Yep.
Very understandable. I really respect the play, though, the moxie and the courage required to make such a play.
By the way, conversely, let us respect finding the call there if we're Andrian, and he really didn't go deep into the tank.
Yeah, I mean, as you said, top pair a lot of hand heads up, especially in a 3-bet pot.
Do you think a smaller size would have garnered more respect?
Maybe. It's very possible.
I don't know if he had muck on his mind.
Yeah.
But
yeah. I think, probably what it is that Urmo's been so aggressive when he decides to check the flop and the turn yet again. Could he be trapping? It is plausible. But my goodness, it's such a big hand, top pair, and the gut shot as backup.
it is so easy to take issue with Urmo's play there and lay criticism upon him, but that's one that could very easily get through against a wide variety of the holdings.
Oh, yeah.
That he was up against, including that Jack-7. I mean, I know it's a lot of hand, but not everybody is going to dig in like that.
Yeah, I might be too married to top pair sometimes, Ali.
Yeah, I understand. These relationships are complicated.
Yeah.
Well, I think we've got the second pot that needs to be circled in conjunction with that heroic call with just Jack-5 on the river. We add this one to the body of work, one that definitely has positioned Simone Andrian so much closer to glory. But Urmo Velt isn't done yet. King 10 of clubs on the button.
Indeed.
Still has 30 some odd bigs. Clicks it up. Defense from the 8-6. Ace Queen 3. Backdoor clubs on the Broadway gutty. 600K C-bet. Easy muck. I talked earlier, Chewy, about sensing that this man has the memory of a goldfish as a compliment, which I think is very important when we're playing heads up and the swingy nature of it.
Yeah. I'm not sure he would take that as a compliment, but I understand that it was meant as such.
Oh, for sure.
Yeah.
It's not some slight upon his intellect.
Of course. It just has a certain tone or...
I'm not calling him a fish brain.
Right. I understand that.
But I do want to keep an eye on him here, as really these next few pots, I think, will positively reinforce that notion or potentially put a crack in the theory.
Yeah, no, I think you're right.
Check fold from Urmo as he does a little bit of accounting. Urmo's turn. 9-7.
And it'll be interesting to see how Andrian decides to approach some of these situations where he could activate, and he is choosing to do just that. You know, it's always curious when players have the chip lead, how they decide to wield it in all kinds of circumstances.
Look at Simone flexing his will here, courtesy of perhaps this big stack as momentum continues to swell.
And that's meaningful right there. Just him knowing he gets it through with the queen 3 off. It's a good feeling.
I wonder what his perception is currently of Urmo's state of mind. Right? I mean, he's out there. He's going to have a firmer finger on the pulse of what's afoot than we are from the booth.
I would imagine he's not feeling as if Urmo is in any ways about to go off the rails, but he's also not playing a tight game at all. This is a very fast and loose heads-up match on both sides.
800 a man to the King Jack 7 all heart board. Simone on fire.
Just the deuce working. He does wisely let it go. That could have been troublesome.
Really playing the guessing game in a spot such as that. There is an energy in the room and a lot of energy on the button as well. Don't count this man out. Standard click that we've seen from him.
Indeed.
10-8. Standard defense. Off we go.
If Simone flops top pair, this could be trouble.
Well, it isn't top pair, but it is a diamond draw and a gutter, which checks over. Diamond coverage for Velt. He'll verify. And then check back the overpair and the flush draw. And a queen of diamonds now providing Andrian with what is the third nuts. He does not barrel. Velt doesn't barrel either. And these guys are playing a little possum against one another. Let's see what transpires on the river.
The trapper is about to become the trappee.
And finally, Urmo able to grease some chips off of Simone's stack. 1.5 million, 3/4 pot.
What size are you thinking, Ollie?
You know, I don't know if he comes with something milkish. You hate to leave meat on the bone. You don't really think ace of diamonds is over there.
I was thinking 5.2, but it looks like it might be more milky.
4 million.
This is awkward, but I don't think we're folding. We have the third nuts after all. He does see the bad news.
Yeah, payoff from Simone. And Velt picks up a 10 million chip pot. That was an important one.
Indeed. Some more pep in his step. And in many ways, Simone has to be grateful that no bets went in earlier. Could have been a much more costly hand for him. So back up to around 45 bigs is Ormo.
We'll play for a limp. Ace 9-5, a little wheel gutty for Simone.
And with the luxury of position.
Min bet. 5 of hearts interaction here. That's potentially
a few
caught
backdoors.
Ormo's attention, but ultimately he bows out.
Pursing his lips slightly. I get this palpable feeling that he just wants to be in there driving the action, and I love that.
Raise to 800. Ace queen says not so fast. 3-bet and take it. Once upon a time, Simone Andrian found himself with a stack similar to the one that Urmo Velt has right now.
Right.
He worked his way back to what we can see is an almost 4-1 chip lead. Might Velt do the same? He's certainly going to give it his best effort as we see King Deuce offsuit, not content to play for the limp. Makes it 1.5. Simone digging in with an 8-9 off.
Couple of offsuit hands headed to the flop here.
Well, a spade and an open ender for Andrian. A lot more than we can say for this King Deuce.
And Ormo quickly checking it over. Will Andrian be content to do the same? He will.
And now a pair for Simone, putting him officially in front.
I think Ormo wisely checking again. Obviously, we can see how strong Andrian's hand is, but that King Deuce leaves a bit to be desired on this 3-spade board. Not to mention the connectivity of the cards.
1-1.
1.1 million, and take it, sir. I don't know who Simone's jeweler is, but I suspect the visit's going to be paid.
Yeah.
You know, as nice as the World Series of Poker bracelet is, I think he might seek some more ice.
Perhaps. And, you know, even if Velt does mount a comeback, perhaps that jeweler will get a contact nevertheless. He's got some style.
Yeah, swaggy-licious.
Yeah.
The Gucci hoodie is not lost on
so this is
anyone with their eyes open, if I'm being honest. Go on, Chewy.
This is what I was saying. Let's say Velt is raising every button to 800. It puts Andrian in a position where he's playing this roughly 17 big blind stack out of position. Obviously, it's effective stack. He covers him and all. But it would make shoving a hand like ace-6 significantly more viable. And as we see...
Instead of shoving, he just concedes to the follow-through.
Yeah, well, the shove on the flop would be a bit ambitious. Yeah, it is a nice hoodie.
It's a pricey hoodie.
Are you a Gucci man yourself?
Nah, not for a long time.
You know, we were talking about kind of up-and-coming or popular clothing brands. We didn't mention Viore yesterday. I'm a fan of Viore myself.
What's that athleisure brand? Is that what that is?
Yeah, similar to Lulu and Aloe.
Your form second, function first kind of guy when it comes to the fashion sense, Chewy?
Sorry, form...
Function first, then form. Meaning, you know,
oh, yeah.
Is it comfortable?
Yes, yes. I prioritize comfort.
I own a lot of shoes that really, I like the way they look, but I hate the way they feel.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, we like the way Top Pair feels. 700, the follow through here, just a gutter and nothing more for Urmo.
That gutter is going to be enough to stick around, at least in the form of a call. And Ali, he's dialing it up. We're playing for more.
You know, I like it a lot better than a flat, I think.
Yeah, it is a kind of dusty gutter, isn't it?
Mm-hmm. But it's also a hopeless effort to win the pot right here. Five of clubs is just nothing to worry about for Simone, who hung in with Top Pair, 6.2 in the middle. And Velt has been balanced, I want to say, maybe tipping the scales a little bit more toward light kit in these check raise flop follow through spots. I don't have all of the data points, you know, clocked, but
yeah,
I would imagine Simone does. And so let's see what he makes of this $3.5 million on the turn in the territory of half pot.
Yeah, I mean, naturally with a hand as strong as Top Pair, we can see he's not going anywhere. I think this is going to come down to the river. And will Urmo find it in deep within to continue?
Well, he's only got 8.8 back.
Oh, the jack, Ollie. I don't think he's going to be able to give it up on the jack.
And this is strictly because that 10 can convince itself it's there as a straight?
I would say so. It's so hard to have nothing at this point. 10-7 and 6-7 have both arrived. And then Andrian has an incredible bluff catcher in Top Pair with the straight blocker.
Oh, he's jamming.
Oh, my goodness.
Heroism with Top Pair has already been on display once before out of this seat and for more than 8.8.
Please.
Count requested. And Chewy, I don't know about you, but I feel like we may need to get that bracelet sized for Simone.
It very much feels that way. And look at his expression. This is seemingly a glare that I haven't quite observed out of him yet. And I would love to get a look at Velt and see if anything appears different from the previous time that he was running a large bluff. No, he's just icy.
he's about to be frozen out of victory if Simone can click call. Going to take his time before making that decision.
Yeah.
Maybe in search of something, anything from his vista.
It's very hard for his opponent to not have something. It's really just this one kind of hand unless he went bonkers on the flop. Or maybe took a hand like 5-6 or 5-7 and just began rifling it off after having turned the pair. That's also possible.
Well, credit to Simone. This is such a huge moment for him in every sense of the word.
Yeah.
450K effectively, the difference between second and first. Etching your name into the annals of World Series of Poker history as a main event winner. But not letting all of that get the better of him. Just unpacking it.
Oh, this is nice.
That's his view.
Very thoughtful, very composed. I do think that he feels as if he is bluff catching here.
Sure.
King 7 and King 6 are, I guess, not entirely possible to rule out.
You think he goes that hard at it with value?
It's possible. I don't think it's likely. Oh my goodness, he did fold Ali. What an incredible play from Ermo.
I want to say something about those few minutes where he looked over at Velt left him feeling less confident about King 10. But that, yet again, in this heads-up battle is an outcome that we did not expect.
Wow. That was sick.
He binned the bracelet.
That was sick. Well, I mean, he still got a significant chip lead, but in that moment, you're right.
He's drawing live, but yes, it is a binning of the bracelet.
Yeah.
And the 1.3 million.
I know, I know.
What is happening?
Wow, I really did not expect him to fold.
That's the same dude that found it with Jack 7.
Oh,
Chewy.
Oh, yes, yes.
But he didn't find it with King 10. And the 10, by the way, such a good blocker.
I know, I know. And the King, of course, top pair. Speaking for itself in that way. Wow, I really did not see that coming at all.
Stone speechless. Velt got away with absolute murder.
Yeah. It was Ermo in the library with the candlestick, and we saw it.
Yeah.
Well, you have to imagine if Andrian does not find a way to close this out, that hand is going to haunt him in a big way.
What would be the scientific way to express when a hand is murdered? Handicide? Is that what that was? My God.
That was a wild one. What's our YouTube chat saying?
I can't tell. It's all scrolling too fast right now. My laptop is overheated.
Back from an incredible bluff with a single 10. Two of them now. Does he possess? Andrian with nothing really to speak of. This hand likely ending in just a moment. That is the case.
2 10s, 3-bet and take it. As the comeback being mounted here by Ermo.
I mean, that has to be just an incredible boost of confidence after what was a downslide leading up to it.
Listen, I don't want to dwell on it, but the 10 was a good card for him to have in terms of blocking, or did he feel as though a lot of those like busted sort of 10Xs he wanted to park in Ermo's range there? It's weird.
It's a competing factor kind of thing. I think typically you'd prefer to block the strong value hands with those side cards, but it does also creep in that when you're blocking bluffs, it's tricky.
Jack 4 deuce. This one doesn't rate to be particularly tricky. No club on board. Simone checks.
I do believe the blinds are up 250 and 500,000.
Not great news for the shorter stack. But these guys are still relatively deep. I mean, I would imagine most of the occasions on which they work their way into a heads-up battle, it is one far more short-lived than this with far fewer blinds.
Totally agree. Oh, the 10's switching spots.
Okay. Deck playing fair.
And perhaps we are getting close to that moment I was mentioning where they both get dealt good hands. Okay, that's a pretty good hand. It might not be enough to put all the money in. Oh, but he is 3-betting Ali.
He's got problems.
And I think Andrian is going to dial this up once again
Fourth
in
floor?
some form or another. Whether it's a shove or a clicky type raise, more chips are going in. And there it is.
Oh, and this is on the clicky side of the spectrum.
And
I believe we saw him induce a 5-bet jam earlier.
Yes.
I don't remember if it was heads up or not.
So he did it once with ace-8 when Velt shoved 8s. And then he also did it with kings when Velt folded what was a bluff with queen-8 offsuit. And this is very similar to when Velt himself made the 4-bet with king-3 and Andrian held ace-jack offsuit and just called, which of course we can see Urmo would be wise to do given the fact that he's up against 2 10s.
Oh, he's going to rip it. And of course, the snapper for Simone, and he's got this ace-10 in a bad way.
Yes, he does.
Well, he didn't find the call with the king-10, the first opportunity that was given to him. Here, it all enters the middle, pre-flop.
Wow. And this is the biggest pot we've played so far. 2/3 of the chips in the middle. I don't know what he's saying, but it probably translates to no ace.
Enrico Camosci on the rail. He, too, was at this final table to start the day. Finished in 6th.
Urmo looks a bit stunned.
Rooting on Simone. The Italian flag. Waving. And the 10's holding on a 9-high board.
Some backdoor spades working, though.
Can Urmo break hearts? Chop available.
Yes, the chop could come in.
If we can find a snowman, the ace is a clean winner.
It's not winter
Anything
yet,
else, and it's Simone's day. The river, a king!
Wow. Congratulations, Mr. Adrian.
Urmo Velt gave it every ounce. Ultimately forced to accept second place. And a not at all shameful outcome of 854,000 euros. He can take pride in his performance, but the 1.3 million.
8-9 suited, stuff like that.
Like some queens, kings.
What do you play like that?
Yeah. Queens I play, kings I mix like some.
And the bracelet.
Anyway, GG, I was very low.
Will go to Simone, who acknowledges that that was stiff competition that he had to navigate. A little post-mortem there on some spots. But how about it? 5 full days, 768 players, down to just 1.
Wow.
It is your moment, Mr. Andrian. You are the 2024 World Series of Poker Europe main event champ. Let's send it down to Carlencio with thoughts.
I'm here with the winner of the World Series of Poker Europe main event. He takes home $1.3 million and his third WSOP bracelet. Mr. Simone, Andrian. Simone, congrats on a spectacular win. Can you guide us through how this tournament went for you?
Yeah, like both day 1 and day 2 were pretty smooth. Then only day 3 was pretty bad. and then I had like an amazing run yesterday, and yeah, then I made the final table as a chip leader, and you know, like every time you made the final table as a chip leader, and especially with those kind of gap with the second, everything of course is easier. But then, yeah, it ended up in a tough way. The heads up was very long, but yeah, at the end, finally, I won. So yeah, I'm very happy.
You made 2 insane hero calls during the heads up play. Can you dissect those a little bit?
No, yeah, I mean, when you play against good opponent, you have to find some hero call, otherwise you will be dead. So yeah, at the beginning maybe I folded too much. So then, yeah, I adjusted a little bit because he was playing good and aggressively. And yeah, I had like good hand to call. So.
Great, thank you so much. Do you know how you're gonna celebrate your WSOP bracelet?
Not now because I will go to play poker still in another location, and yeah.
Not enough poker?
No, not for now. Not for now.
Very nice. Anything you would like to say to your fans, friends, family?
I mean, I'm like very happy that I have them on my side, and yeah, at some point when I was short stack, it's been like a pleasure to have them and a blessing because yeah, I was like a little bit frustrated and stuff, so having them was definitely helpful.
Thank you so much. Congrats once again.
Thank you.
Your WSOP Europe main event champion, Simone Andrian.
It was a pleasure being here with you.
Yeah, likewise. And unfortunately, it does have to come to a close at some point. And you get a glimpse at all those that were here to support their man Simone. Forza Andrian.
1, 2, 3, go, come on! One more time, you know what? What?
Enjoy. It is your moment, Simone. And with that, we say goodbye as our coverage from this year's World Series of Poker Europe does come to a close. Certainly hope that you all enjoyed it as much as we did here in the booth. On behalf of our entire production staff at the King's Resort in Rozvadov, our staff over in Seoul, South Korea, and of course my partner in the booth here, Lucky Chewy. This is Ali Najad saying so long, and we'll see you next year for more of the WSOPE.